Hi, folks.
You want Jessica in? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we can let Tessica in. Yep, and I'll need to be made a co-host at some point, please. There we go. We can let Wendy in. Hi, Fred.
Morning.
Hi, Fred.
Hey, Michelle.
Hi.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you doing the recording, Michelle?
Yeah, it started recording as soon as I came on.
Yeah, we can probably pause it until the meeting starts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we got a whole.
Wonderful. As people are coming in, good morning. Welcome to another wonderful meeting of the Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. It's a carryover from our meeting on Saturday. This is a much more fulsome meeting with the voting rights, debating rights, and persons who are here. We say, let's keep it robust and good. Really glad to have a number of persons who are part of a support team for this region, for this meeting. And at some point in this meeting, we will lift them up and recognize them and indicate what roles they'll play. But for now, just want to say, good to have you. I want to constitute with the just the wording that I have before me. It says, I constitute this meeting in the name of Jesus Christ, the one true head of the church, and by the authority vested in me by this meeting of the Horseshoe Falls Regional Council for whatever business may properly come before it. And to establish that the bounds of this meeting, those who are in the Hamilton office and there, plus those who are on the call on Zoom, and that is the bounds of the meeting. And also want to lift up a recognition of the land that we are on, and wherever you are at this time, whatever part of this region you're at, joining this meeting, we gather to worship, to conduct business, and to do the bidding of our Lord. And we recognize and we deeply appreciate that those who came before us, those who we saw, the indigenous people, it's really their territory. We recognize the contribution that they have made, the Métis and the Inuit, but generally all the indigenous peoples everywhere. And as settlers, this recognition must be clearly connected to our commitment to make the promise and challenge of the truth and reconciliation in the various places that we're settled, in the various places that we are, and the various places that we live and worship and do business. And we are grateful to God, the Creator, for this time and this space and this place, and clearly for our time together in this meeting. I'm going to invite Jess just to offer a word of prayer for our meeting as we begin.
Good morning, friends and colleagues. My name is Reverend Jess Want. I know many of you, but I am your equity support monitor for this meeting, along with Tessica Hackshaw. And I have been given the opportunity to offer a little reflection and prayer for this morning. And what a gift it is to be gathered here today, together in community, sharing this sacred time and space. We come from different places, carrying different stories. Some of us may feel energized and full of purpose, while others carry the weight of exhaustion or uncertainty. We bring with us both deep hopes and unanswered questions, wondering what the future holds for our ministries, our communities, and ourselves. And yet here we are, and that is no small thing. Kate Bowler, in her wisdom, reminds us that life rarely offers easy answers or tidy resolutions. There are no perfect formulas for how things should unfold, no step-by-step guarantee for the work we do. But there is grace. Grace that meets us in the messiness, grace that holds us when things don't turn out as planned. We may not have all the answers, but we have a God who remains with us in every joy, every heartbreak, and every question. A God who does not promise certainty, but promises presence. A God who holds us and never lets go. In this sacred uncertainty, there is so much beauty, there is still goodness, and there is still hope. This is the God we trust. And as we begin our work today, this is the hope we cling to, that the God who has carried us this far will carry us still. And so as we step into this time together, may God bless our conversations, our decisions, and discernment. May we rest in the assurance that we are held, always held, by a love that does not waver. May we have the courage to trust that we cannot yet see, the strength to persevere when the road feels long, and the humility to receive the grace that surprises us along the way. And may the God of boundless hope and unshakable faith bless this gathering and renew our hearts for the work that lies ahead. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. Can I now invite Wendy to lead us in the opening motions?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, everybody can hear me. Our opening and procedural motion, I'm not going to read every single word because you do have it in your workbook. It is the same motion that we usually have, bringing everyone in to their positions and voting on that. Also, we have the extra motions that were read out on Friday night and discussed. That was number 10 and 11. So the Horseshoe Falls Regional Council agrees that any proposal that fails to pass will not be sent on to GC45, and any unfinished business from the meeting on February 8th will be given to the executive to act upon at their next regularly scheduled executive meeting. And everything else is laid out for you there. Okay,
That's it.
that's it.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Just a reminder, the persons that this opening motion, that there may be points in it that you may want to speak to, you may want to lift out and have some conversation around, and we will allow that at this meeting. There may be points to be for clarification, points to be lifted out for any kind of vote, and that too is permissible at this meeting. Thanks for leading us into that. Can I invite Executive Minister Mark just to speak a bit about the next steps?
Yep. So before we do get to the next steps, we do have to vote on that opening proposal, President Lennox. So what we do need is, if anyone does have any questions for clarification on that opening proposal, or if there is anything that anyone wishes to lift from that opening proposal, I would suggest that they raise their hand, their virtual hand, using it's usually found under the React button, and then we can lift a piece from that, and then after that we can vote on the opening motion, but we have to do that before we can move on to the next piece.
Good, thank you. So, having heard the motion, Michelle, do you want to just put up the poll? So
No, before we vote though, President Lennox, before we can vote, we have to ask if anyone has anything from the opening motion that they'd wish to lift out of the opening motion.
Alison, I saw Alison's hand. You want to speak to that, Alison?
Yeah, I would like to lift out number 11.
Yes. Want to say something more about that, Alison?
Sure. Especially since one of the later proposals up for vote has to do with the election of the executive minister for regions. I think that that's something that very importantly needs to go before the full court. And I think all of these proposals are sufficiently important that they need to go before the full court and not just the executive. So I would like to lift that.
All right. Is there someone else around number 11 or?
No, we don't need anyone else to second that. If one person says they'd like to lift a piece out, then it can be lifted out. So it's if there's any other pieces that want to be lifted out, and if not, then we can vote on the opening proposal just without that number 11 of unfinished business going to the executive.
Well, I was inviting other questions around.
Okay.
Yes, around what Alison mentioned to see whether there are other persons with thoughts around that. Amadeus?
Yes, I just want to make sure, Mark, for clarification, is this where I lift out the last proposal that isn't in existence anymore, or is that later on?
Nope, that's going to be after we vote on this, but thank you, Amadeus.
Got it. No problem. Thanks.
Yep, I'll make sure you know when.
So let's go back to 11. Richard?
Thank you, President Lennox. My understanding is that if we lift this out, that we're actually going to come back to discuss this after we voted on the motion. Is that not the process? My understanding is that we aren't actually discussing number 11 now, but we come back to it after we voted on everything that's been lifted out. I just want to understand that I'm understanding the process.
That's my understanding as well, that we take this out, we reflect on the others. If the others are fine, we vote on that, and then we come back to it. Yes. So I'm just inviting other thoughts. 11, if not, we move for a vote for the other parts. Nothing else?
Not seeing any hands, President Lennox.
Okay. So we're going to take the vote for the other part of the motion.
Yep, so you just have to, if
Yes.
you let Michelle know you want the poll up.
Yes,
and then
yes,
people
yes,
can vote.
Michelle.
Perfect.
Thanks.
So you can vote yes.
So what you're voting for is for the motion, except 11. And if that is fine with you, then you vote yes. If no, then you vote no. And thank you. This vote, that's it, Michelle. This vote motion has passed. Let me take the opportunity to introduce other persons who are going to be sharing in the leadership this morning. We have two chaplains, Kevin Steeper and Christina Crawford. The equity support, you've already met Jess, and there's Tessica Hackshaw, and always happy to have the support of the online tech, and Michelle Pettit, and John Neff are those two. Say thanks again to Wendy Loudon, who's the chair of the agenda and business for this meeting. There are 13 proposals, and unlike when we met back in October, there were 3. We didn't get through those. We really want to get through all 13 today. So we're going to move to the proposal number 2. As we met back in on Tuesday, there were a couple of questions of clarification. We did quite well in getting through those, and what we want to do today. If there are other questions of clarification, we'll entertain those. If not, we go into vote. But we're going to ask those who are proposing just to lift that up again, and then we go through a vote. Richard, and then I see Mark.
President Lennox, can I ask when we're going to deal with number 11 that was lifted out of that motion?
We take this end.
Can I also sorry, this is Executive Minister Mark.
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, President Lennox. So we also we just skipped over because we tried to do it before the opening motions, but we just skipped over the previous business. So we have to do the previous business first, and then in that part I can answer Richard's question as well, I think.
For the previous business, okay, go ahead, Mark.
Okay. So to first answer Richard's question about number 11 of unfinished business going to the executive, it would be my suggestion to you, President Lennox, that we hold off on that until the end of the meeting because it's meant for unfinished business. So if we don't have any unfinished business, I wonder if it's worth taking 10 minutes to talk about it now when we might not need it, but it will then get moved into if we get to the end of the meeting and we are at a spot where we have unfinished business, there will then have to either be a vote to extend the order of the day, or as the rules in the manual state that the executive has the authority to carry on the work of the regional council in between meetings. So if we get to the order of the day, the court will have to decide whether to extend the order of the day or to discuss. If that doesn't happen, then we'll have a discussion on sending it forward. But I wonder if it's worth waiting in case we can get through everything and not talking about it now. So that's, I think, where might be a good way to deal with that number 11 that's been lifted out. For the unfinished business,
so just to be clear, Mark, for 11, I'm suggesting that we take that at the end,
yeah,
and right after the previous business, but at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I think that makes sense. So previous business, at our fall Horseshoe Falls Regional Council meeting, there was a proposal that was moved and seconded and then tabled. So I just want to explain the entire process for everyone. What is going to happen is Wendy Loudon, the chair of Agenda and Business, and myself as executive minister are going to move and second that we lift the tabled motion from the table. There is no discussion after this. It goes straight to a vote. If that vote passes and that tabled motion is moved back here, what is then going to happen is that Amadeus and Allison, who are the mover and seconder of that motion, are going to withdraw their motions because that proposal no longer exists because it has been broken into 5 different proposals. So I'm just explaining all of this because I don't want someone to think, oh, I don't want to move that proposal back because we're not talking about it. It's part of the official business. It has been tabled, so we have to have a vote on whether to move it back. If the vote fails and the tabled motion does not get lifted, then it remains tabled for a future executive or Horseshoe Falls meeting, and we deal with it then. But for right now, that's what the process is. So I believe Wendy is going to move, and I will second that we lift off the table the motion enhancing our conciliar church that was tabled at our last meeting. So that has been moved and seconded, President Lennox. So you can now call for the vote for that.
Michelle, you want to put that up, please? Can we have the vote?
It's coming.
Yep.
It's just taking me one moment to find it.
And can you just put up also what it is that we're voting for so persons can see clearly?
There it is.
Yep, what we're voting for is to lift the proposal enhancing our conciliar church that was tabled at our previous meeting to lift it from the table.
President Lennox, do you want to call the poll?
Thank you. This vote is carried. Thank you.
So I would now, President Lennox, you can call on Amadeus and Allison what Amadeus was asking previously.
That is about
removing them. So they're going to that they're in agreement to remove their motion and seconding of that proposal. So we just need them to unmute and say that that is fine.
I, Amadeus, would vote or would motion to withdraw, sorry, my motion from the table because it has changed. It no longer exists.
Right.
Okay.
And I support that also.
And that's seconded by Allison.
Yeah.
And can we vote for this as well? Or
no, we don't vote for it. They've just removed it, so we're good.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
The second proposal deals with election limits for general council commissioners. There probably would have been some change in wording from our last meeting or Tuesday meeting to today. And if there are some changes, then we want to know what those are, and then persons can have a debate around that, and then we're going to vote. Mark?
Sure. So there were a couple, as we had talked about on our at the Tuesday meeting, people had a chance to email me suggested wording changes, again, trying to speed up the process for today. And so there were two suggested wording changes. This one does affect number 2, but it also affects number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. And so in all of those proposals, the term authoritarian that is used in what is happening now is being removed from the proposals. So if any of these proposals pass and they get sent on to General Council, they will not get sent on with the word authoritarian in them. Okay, so that is one for all that. The second piece for number 2 is that the authors of the proposal have agreed to slightly change to slightly change what the what can we do portion is. So the what can we do portion would now read: General Council commissioners should be elected for a period of 1 General Council cycle and be eligible to stand for re-election once. After their second term is complete, they would be eligible for election in 10 years. So after 3 more General Council cycles. So it is no longer just for 2 in a lifetime. It is, you can be a General Council commissioner twice in a row, and then you have to wait 10 years before you can be a General Council commissioner again.
Is this a friendly amendment, or is this a totally different proposal?
My understanding
it is
was
a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment?
Yeah. Friendly amendments.
And so I believe we will have the new wording for that. But if people, you can go now. We have had questions for clarification already, but if people have any burning questions for clarification left, you can go for that. And then we can ask if anyone, then we can move into the debate process as well.
So I'm wondering whether we can have the word put up so that person can see. All right, because there are different parts of this proposal.
Yep, we should have that. Just take a minute for our tech people to get that, but you can, there's a couple of hands up.
That's not happening. Stephen?
No, so hold on a second. John, we need to do it from the Word document, not the PowerPoint. The Word document that's in the SharePoint has the changed wording.
Right.
Sorry, President Lennox, go ahead.
Stephen?
Yes, I would just like to ask the proposers if they understand that when they say 10 years, they really mean 12, given the 3-year cycles for election. So whether they could consider either 9 or 12 to express their clear intent.
I'll speak to that. My understanding is that the general council commissioners have voted a year in advance, which actually means that 10 would be fine, because they would then be able to stand for the re-election going into the next cycle.
So you're making it 12.
No,
By the time their term ends, if you make it 10 years to being elected, then you're pushing them into the fourth cycle. You got to think about the timeline. I'll just leave that with you.
Okay. Any response to that, Amadeus, Allison? Are you in agreement with that?
Actually, I think Mark was about to clarify that, but
Yeah, thank you, Amadeus. So yeah, Stephen, in the conversation, we wanted to make it clear. That's why we say after 3 general council cycles. So 10 years, but after 3 general council cycles. So after the 9 years, they would then be eligible for re-election. If we said 12 years, we couldn't re-elect them until after 12 years that they had finished serving, which would then actually mean they wouldn't be able to go until 15 years. So because we elect general council commissioners before that general council, 10 years means that they have served 3 general council cycles and would then be eligible for the 4th general council cycle after they have completed their 2nd term.
That makes that 10 years.
So 10 years when they can be elected, and they get elected before the general council cycle actually starts. So that's why you are correct that it is a 12-year between, but it allows it to get to 12 years. If we say 12 years, it would actually make it 15 because of when we have to elect them.
John?
Would it just be clearer just to say they would be eligible for election after 3 general council cycles? Leave out the 10 years. Would that not be clearer?
I'm fine with it either way. I mean, this was this was a recommendation that we were given, and so that's what we worked with, but I'm happy to change the wording to after 3 general council cycles.
yes.
So can we have that wording changed, and then we take Barb? Barb, go ahead.
I have comments to make on it, and you're looking for just questions right now?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll take my hand.
Or thoughts that you have around this?
Sorry?
Or any thoughts you have around this?
Well,
No, we're just doing questions right now, President Lennox. Thoughts come in the debate process.
Okay, I'll put my hand up again later.
Okay, great. Is that complete now? Who's doing the change? Is that Michelle?
After their 2nd term is complete, they would be eligible for election after 3 general council cycles. Yep.
So again, this is treat this as a friendly amendment to this. Yes. So that's established. Can we now invite persons? This was moved and seconded, and
It hasn't actually been moved and seconded yet, but I'm assuming that Amadeus and Allison are willing to move and second it.
I am.
Thank you,
And I am.
Thank you.
And then President Lennox, as we entered the debate process, I just realized we hadn't let people know about the time limits that we had talked about. Would you like to say that, or would you like me to explain that?
No, go ahead. But I know. But before you do that, I see Barb's hand. Is that in relation to?
No, she's
No, you want to go into the debate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
let's hold for that a while.
okay, so for the debate process, what the leadership team agreed on is that the mover of the motion has a chance to speak first to the proposal. So they have a minute to speak to the proposal where they can give opinion and speak in favor, I'm assuming, not against their own proposal. And then after that, it is open for debate where people can speak for or against the proposal, and everyone has 1 minute. And I will be keeping track of that time and will be letting people know when their minute is up. Your minute starts when you start talking about your opinion. It doesn't start while you're trying to unmute yourself or when when you say your name. It starts when you start talking about it. So before Barb, President Lennox, Amadeus would have an ability to speak to it first. And just a reminder to please introduce yourself every time when you speak, please.
Go ahead, Amadeus.
All right, Amadeus Pyralis, mover of this motion. So I just wanted to make a very quick statement. We are a century-old conciliar church, and recent structural changes have consolidated that decision-making power into fewer hands. So we just want to ensure that the ethos of a just, fair, and safe church exists at every level throughout the appropriate democratic process. That's all I want to say about that, and I'll let the talk continue.
Okay, go. You will first, Barb.
Hi, thank you, everyone. I'm Barb Duffin, and I'm currently on the HR Commission. I just wanted to say that I'm a lay member, and I've been an HR consultant my whole career. And this is my third term on the commission, and it's taken me till now to feel like I am capable of contributing at a high level. And when you do the math, in your first year as a commissioner, you only put in 18 to 20 hours. That's not enough time to be competent at anything. And I think it takes at least a term or two before someone can be a strong contributor in a commission. And I'd like to think I'm the kind of voice you want to attract. And if I'm going to invest my time in 2 terms, I've barely started to contribute. It's a daunting task to come in if you've not got the background and you have to learn everything. So I feel strongly that this term limit and amount of time will de-incent volunteers rather than encourage and inspire. And I don't think we should be passing these term limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Steve Loudon, Colburn Village United Church. Barb, this is for general council commissioners, not for regional commission commissioners. So I quite agree with your concern, but on this particular proposal, we're talking about general council.
Thanks, Stephen. Anybody else? Richard?
Thank you, President Lennox. Richard Bott, Grace United Church. The only concern I would raise about this proposal is that in previous general councils, when we had both regions and conferences elect folks, there have been general councils where it has been difficult to get enough commissioners from some regions. So my concern would be about making the pool smaller in the work that this proposal would like to do, because there are times where it's been difficult to actually be able to find commissioners. The second thing I'd like to point out is, at least in the last 4 or 5 general councils, there's been almost a 50-50 break of new general council commissioners and people who have attended general council before as commissioners. So just to let the council know those things. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Amadeus?
Sorry, this is Executive. Actually, Amadeus will get a chance to speak again at the end of everything, as the mover doesn't get to respond as we go, okay?
Sorry,
so people are aware. Yep, no, that's fine. Just making sure everyone knows.
Clarify something that was said by Richard. Marcy, go ahead.
Marcy Gibson, Center for Christian Studies and Horseshoe Falls. My concern with this proposal is that it does two things. One is that certain committees of the General Council, of the wider structure ongoing, require members of those committees to be commissioners of General Council or to be chosen from among commissioners of General Council. And so that again, it hamstrings who can sit on those committees. The other concern is that particularly among the Indigenous church and other minoritized bodies in the church, sometimes it's really important to have those voices at the table, even if they've been there before. And so by preventing them being elected as commissioners to General Council, it loses those voices.
Hi, Marcy, that's your time. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm done.
I don't have a clock before me. Thanks, Mark. Any other thoughts around this before we move into a vote? If not, we want to just invite one of the proposers to speak, and then we get into a vote. You want to go ahead, Amadeus or Alison?
Sure, I will go ahead and speak. In terms of what Richard and somewhat of what Marcy's talking about in terms of apathy, we do believe that in large part this is due to the distrust that we spoke about in the proposals about the same people filling the same roles. So they need not participate. That's kind of what the feeling seems to be. Offering more transparency, offering more change, we feel is going to empower more participation in the system because they'll feel that they want to do that and they can be a powerful voice going forward. In terms of the Indigenous church, that is a good example of where there is a need for turnover, actually, from our observations. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I think we're ready to give this a vote. Again, you may just want to put that up, Michelle, what it is we're voting for, and then we're calling for the vote at this time. This has to do with the election limits for General Council commissioners.
It will be coming.
Sorry,
Michelle, sorry, this is John Neff. Michelle, can you try and post it? Mine is not allowing me to post it.
Michelle, it's Barb Hazen. Is it also possible if you're posting it, can you read what's on the screen, please?
Absolutely. I'm trying to launch it as well. Just give me 1 second, Barb. President Lennox and everyone. Let me just see. No, it's not letting me launch.
Give me 1 moment, I'll make a new one.
What the proposal says is that your proposal to, sorry, I have hiccups. Proposal to GC commissioners elected. Are you in agreement with the proposal? Yes or no?
Thank you.
And as persons go to vote, just know that those who are visitors or guests to this meeting, that you are not allowed to vote. And you can just indicate whether you are a visitor or a guest to this meeting by putting an X before your name. And the poll result, you'll probably still see the poll come up on your page, but you're not allowed to vote.
Sorry, President Lennox, for that technical glitch. It just wouldn't let us launch that poll. So, John,
I don't have the amended words to that proposal. Otherwise, I would probably have read it. Is it possible to read it then?
The entire proposal?
No, just the recommendation.
Yeah, let's go there. So it says general council commissioners should be elected for the period of one general council. No, those are, I apologize. I'm looking at the workbook and I need to go to our amended file. And it's proposal 2, the election limits. And it says general council commissioners should be elected for the period of one general council cycle and be eligible to stand for re-election once. After their second term is complete, they will be eligible for election after 3 general council cycles. So we will vote either yes or no.
Can we have the polls, please?
And we'll wait.
So,
Yeah. Go ahead, John Neff.
yes, this is a tech problem. There's a poll open, which means I can't share a new poll. So I'm not sure who might have a poll open right now of the hosts and co-hosts, but if you could close it, then there we go. Thank you.
So the poll is up.
Yes. You can call the poll, President Lennox.
And this poll doesn't carry. Thank you for voting. Moving to proposal number 3. Again, I'm going to ask Mark if there are any amendments that were made to this one.
Only what I said before of the word authoritarian, if this proposal passes, is not included moving forward.
Okay. Can I just ask the proposers are Amadeus and Allison just to speak a bit to this, and then we invite some others to make comments on it.
Sure. So being a conciliar church with a strong emphasis on democratic process, we do value diversity of voices. That gives us our strength. Yet since restructuring in 2019, we've seen some decision-making power rest in fewer and fewer hands. The lack of democratic processes in these roles restricts the number and diversity of voices that are heard. And so we also recognize that there are typos at number 4 and 6 that should say general secretary within our proposal. We will correct those. They shouldn't say moderator. They should say general secretary. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, good. Thank you. John?
Yes, I'm opposed to proposal 3 and 5 on the same grounds.
So can we take proposal 3 now, please? You can.
Yeah, I realize that, but they're very similar. I'm opposed because the general secretary is a management type of person, as opposed to the moderator, who is an ambassador type of person. And in my fairly long experience in management, 4 decades, it's necessary to work with a pool of people you have and have expertise in selecting a management person. So I don't think we should elect our general secretary. I do not believe that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mervyn?
I thoroughly agree with what John has said. He's more or less said what I had written out word for word.
Okay, thanks.
Also, too, I'd like to point out that before we had the restructuring, there was perhaps a lot more hierarchy and bureaucracy to get through. Also, too, an elected general secretary would have more power than one that is not, which might in fact be contrary to the intention of the mover of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Sure, President Lennox. This is just for a procedural piece. We haven't actually had this proposal moved or seconded yet. So at this point, we're still in the section for questions for clarification, or if anyone has to make anything better. We don't officially open the debate until it has been moved and seconded. So we need to either you can ask for a mover and seconder, or we're just doing questions for clarification at this moment. And if anyone has any ideas to make it better without changing the intent of the proposal.
There are two persons, the origin from Amadeus and Allison. Should we take it that when we see this, whatever
They
proposal?
officially have to say that they want to move it and second it. We can't assume anything.
I move it.
And I'll second it.
Okay, move and seconded by Allison and Amadeus. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, so now that we're officially in the debate process, hopefully, because we're doing this enough times with so many proposals, we'll get into a good rhythm. Because we're now officially in the debate process and Allison moved it, Allison has a minute to speak to it first before we take anyone else speaking. And then the parliamentarian has reached out to me and said that if the mover or seconder speak at another point in the debate, then that officially ends the debate. So that's why we wait till the end for them to speak a second time, because otherwise it ends the debate early. So Allison would have a minute if she chooses at this time.
I think Amadeus spoke, but let's hear Allison. Or you want to speak again, Amadeus?
No, it's okay. I can speak to it.
Yeah.
So again, I think that we understand the difference between administrative positions and ambassadorial, I guess, positions. But again, I think that the difference here has to do with the realignment of power since restructuring. And so our contention is that people who are in the greatest decision-making and most powerful positions actually do need to be elected rather than appointed by a very small group. And I think that it's unfair to presume that those who would be electing, namely the same people who would be beholden to an election under Category 3 remit, are incapable of evaluating people's competence. And so I think that I have every faith in our clergy and our congregations to also be able to evaluate people's competence for these roles.
Thank you. Bruce?
Bruce, can
You're
you?
muted, Bruce.
There you go.
Okay. Bruce McKay, St. Paul's, Dundas. I intend to vote in favor of this, mainly because in favor of the sentiment that drives this and other similar proposals, and that I want those sentiments to go forward to General Council. I think often the proposal for elections is not the solution or will not make things better than they are now. But I don't want the sentiment that's being expressed to die at this level, and want it to go on to General Council to inform General Council that there are problems out, certainly in our region. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Jeff?
Jeff Lafayette, St. Paul's, Oakville. I'm going to be voting no to this proposal for, again, sentiment reasons. I'm really concerned about the negativity and the assumption being made that all the worst things are happening. I see it throughout all the proposals, but we're speaking of this one. And it doesn't appear to be evidence-based. It appears to be subjective. And so it's very hard for me to support something coming from our regions that speak to only the worst things that are happening and not necessarily something global. And there's nothing to back it up except subjectivity. So.
Thank you. Callie?
Thank you. I really believe a management position should be handled through people who are dealing with selection criteria, and it's not a popularity thing to be done by remit or whatever. It has to keep the original process. There's a science to this. If you're in human resources, you understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this? Otherwise, I'm going to invite Alison or Amadeus to comment before we enter a vote.
So again, I would just say that, I think that we need to have the confidence in our congregations and clergy to be able to discern precisely those things that people have identified in terms of competence. And I also think that we need to take a bit of a step back in terms of, assuming that any voting process is a popularity contest. I mean, there's a sense in which all appointments are popularity contests as well. And so sure, yeah, we would obviously want people to, identify their skills and their call to such a position.
McEwen, Jerseyville.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Alison.
Keep going.
Okay, somebody interrupted. Yeah, so again, I think that, I think as part of the process, we could very well ask for people to identify their competence and call, even more particularly to this position, and that it just have a wider pool of people who are making the decisions.
Thank you. Can we put the recommendation up again, and then we go into a vote?
I'm just going to read this out. Fill the position of the General Secretary by election across the denomination in the style of a Category 3 remit process, though not requiring a remit, and include all congregations within the denomination. Use the resources available to us in the 21st century to hold elections electronically so that more rather than fewer voices are heard. All communities of faith should participate in the electoral process.
Calling for the vote.
The vote reads, General Secretary election. Are you in agreement with proposal 3? Yes or no?
This proposal does not carry. 73% against. Thank you. On my schedule, it says a break, but I want to move us to the proposal number 4, because I think we are moving at a good pace, and people are in the mood for conversation. So proposal number 4, election process for the moderator. Again, Mark, are there any amendments to the wording from Tuesday?
Thank you, President Lennox. The only change is, again, in this one, if the proposal were to pass, the wording in what is happening now, the term authoritarian would not be included in the proposal if it were to pass to move forward. But that is the only thing that I have. So you can open it up for questions or clarification, or if anyone else has anything to add to this proposal to make it better without changing the intent of the proposal.
So this is now open. I mean, is there anything else that could be added to this to make it better as we move forward to inviting Alison and or Amadeus to make a few comments on this before we have the debate?
Seeing none, President Lennox at this time.
Alison, Amadeus, any just want to make a few
We
comments.
need to, or move and second it first, and then they can start the debate process.
Yes, I will vote. I will move this proposal as amended, I guess, with the wording.
Okay.
And I will second it.
I think Alison will second it. So that is going to be, so whatever proposal comes from Alison and Amadeus, that you will be the mover and the seconder.
We just need them to say it each time, though, President Lennox, just for proper rules of order for us. I agree that it makes sense, but we just need them to say it to make sure that we get it recorded, okay?
Okay. So move and seconded.
Yep. So Amadeus, we're good. You can have your minute now if you wish.
Oh, sure. Yeah. As I'll just open it up to say recent restructuring in 2019 to regions has had the unfortunate but noticeable effect of increasing some distrust between communities of faith, the regions, and general council. This is creating a lack of buy-in from the grassroots of the denomination, and there is a disconnect in the decision-making process. So we are proposing that the moderator be filled by election from across the denomination in the style of a Category 3 remit, though not requiring a remit. Using the resources available, such as electronic voting, so that all communities of faith can participate in the process.
Thank you. Sue?
Sue, do you want to unmute?
Yes, thank you. Sue Stephen, Grace United Church, Burlington. I'm fully in agreement with the comment that says all communities of faith should participate in the electoral process. I believe that's true of even today's meeting in regards to the gathering of Horseshoe Falls. And I'm extremely disappointed to see that we only have 85 participants when we have well over 140 communities of faith within this region. And if each only had one delegate to this, we would have well over 100 people without the clergy. So I am concerned about the way in which this would be managed and education be done for congregations. And so for those reasons, I will be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Mervyn?
From the time of union, the church has used a system of representative government which trusts people to be caring and wise. No evidence has been provided to show that there is dissatisfaction with this system. I think if you take this to its logical conclusion, you'd need the vote of every single member of the United Church of Canada. The proposal would require considerable bureaucratic administration, such as financial and attention giving, consequences which would distract from the programming of the church. So I shall be voting against.
Okay, thank you. John?
Kind of a point of order. Our vote on these proposals is yes or no. In the workbook, we can agree, we can disagree without forwarding, or we can disagree and forward, which that sentiment was presented in a prior proposal. So our vote does not reflect what we have in the workbook. That's my point of order. Thank you.
Mark, you want to respond to that?
Thanks for that, John. So yeah, the workbook states that there are three options, but then because that's what the three options were, but then because we had it in our opening motion that was carried, that we can vote that we vote for or against, and if it is voted against, that we're not passing it forward. Never is there a chance where you can vote for three things at once, because that would split the vote. So what we do is we vote yes or no. If that opening motion hadn't have happened, then we would have had a second vote if it failed to vote whether to send it on or not. But voting yes or no and voting no to send it on with or without splits So it has always been done in that way. So our opening motion, because it changed how we were doing business, means the workbook, what it says in the workbook isn't the same because we changed it. And we don't update the workbook as we move forward. So you're right. It's not what's said in the workbook, but because the group made a decision to change what that workbook was saying we were doing.
Thank you. Evan?
Thanks. I am voting no on this just because I'm minister of a congregation, pastoral charge supervisor of 2 other congregations within the region. And I'm not sure where this sense of distrust at the grassroots is coming from. I haven't seen it. And it just feels like it's based on an emotional response and not actual facts. So I'm not supporting it.
Thank you. Marcy?
Thank you. Marcy Gibson, Horseshoe Falls Center for Christian Studies. I've a couple questions or things to consider in this. What happens if there's only one candidate for moderator, such as we had in the last general council? Are they automatically acclaimed? Is that a more fair process? And also in a remit process, if a congregation or community of faith chooses not to engage, it's a no vote. So what does that mean on a multi-slate voting? And also at General Council, the process of a vote for moderator involves an ongoing process of discernment and listening to the candidates. And there is an opening for the Holy Spirit in that process that I do not see reflected in a cross-Canada vote.
Thank you. Barb?
Yeah, I just want to ask the direct question. We've heard a number of people pose questions about the distrust, and I just wondered, those who are bringing the proposals forward, how did they gather that information? Did they do surveys? Did they do interviews? How was that information gathered, and where was it shared as a problem to be brought forward? Or are we only hearing the end part of it here?
Thanks. Callie?
Thank you. I'd like to know how in this process references are secured. I've been in a congregation where a selection committee didn't get any references, and it was a painful, painful result. References are very, very important. A lot of people are great show people, and I love that. But references about past experience and relevance to the job are absolutely critical.
Thanks, Kelly. Mark?
Yep, sorry, just had to start my own timer. I'm just responding to something that Marcy said for clarification, because I didn't want to make the mover have to respond to it and then end the debate. So because the part about it calling as a category 3 remit but not a remit, that language was language that that I helped to create for what they were trying to achieve. I believe the intent of that is that every congregation and every regional council would vote. The original proposals talked about it being as a remit, but there are lots of different ways remits get voted on depending on what type of remit it is. So the intent behind that wording is just that it would be a vote of all congregations and the regional council. I believe that what happens if a regional council doesn't vote or a community of faith doesn't vote, my understanding would be when it's a ballot that you just take the ballots that come in when there's multiple choice. But that would be up to my time's up.
Sybil? You're muted, Sybil. There's an icon at the bottom of the screen, audio. Maybe there's a red line going through it.
Am I still muted?
No, you're good now.
Okay. Thanks for this. An observation. It does not escape my eyes or thought that these issues of distrust and mistrust and authoritarianism are coming forward at a time when we have an Indigenous woman as moderator and a Black man as General Secretary. Thank you.
Thanks, Sybil. Callie?
Sorry, I was just supporting the last speaker. I didn't mean to put up my hand.
Okay, good. Any other thoughts around this? If not, we'll invite one of the proposers to speak to it. Then we enter Heather.
Thank you, President Lennox. I just wanted to share that in my processing about how I will be voting for this proposal, I'm thinking through it in comparison, of course, to the current structure. And I want to flag how important it is for me to trust our commissioners as they go forward and make their decision making. So whether I am at General Council or not, I trust that our current structure gives me ample opportunity to discern, to pray, to have access to the profiles of our candidates for moderator, and then to have conversation with our commissioners going forward to carry the wishes at a conciliar level, at a grassroots level. So I don't feel a distrust because I'm offered so many opportunities so that I feel my vote is in fact carried forward. I don't feel betrayed by the current process. And so I will be voting against this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Yvonne?
Thank you, President Lennox. Yvonne Wright, Sydenham Heritage, Executive of Horseshoe Sports. I have had the privilege of attending General Council where we had voted for Gary Patterson as our past moderator. And one of the things that I learned in preparing for General Council was that when we discern the proposals, we do not come with preconceived notions of perhaps what our congregation wants. We come to be present in the court and to listen to the Spirit and to weigh in the conversations and the discussions that happens on the floor of General Council about each proposal, and allow the Spirit to guide us to whatever the outcomes of our vote is going to be. There's also a lot of preparation for General Council, and I'm talking about months of reading and months of questioning and asking questions and getting answers.
That's your time, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Perhaps a reminder, Mark, to say to persons who will participate in the debate process that they have 1 minute. I don't have a timer here, so thank you very much for that. Karen? No, sorry, that's Dan. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Reverend Diane Everett, Bethany United Church, Attercliffe Station. I first of all want to say that I'm very upset about Sybil Wilson's comments. That's the first thing that I want to say because of what that implies. The second thing that I want to say is that these proposals come from my colleagues, ordained ministers across the area who have been in consultation with many, many ministers across this denomination. These proposals do not come out of subjective, willy-nilly opinions. They come out of experienced, lived experience in the church about that has resulted in a great deal of distrust with the upper levels of this denomination. And so I just want to just be able to say that there is a lot of, that the weight of these proposals comes from lived experience and incredible consultation that has resulted in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Karen?
Thank you. I also wanted to speak to the comments that were made with regarding the lack of sorry. I have spoken to many young people, not the least of which is my own daughter and son-in-law, who are participating members in the United Church, and they are very upset and very distrustful. So to just say that this comes out of some sort of subjective reasoning, and there are lots of people out here who are distrustful, and the more transparency we can have in electing people, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Yes, I just want to reiterate the idea that, I mean, right now we're assuming that a pure democracy would be a better approach than what we currently use. And I would dispute that. And I would suggest anyone who has seen what's happened south of our border might also think carefully about a pure democracy. Plus, as in our own country, we use representative democracy, where we have where we trust our members of parliament to elect the prime minister. We similarly do that in our church, obviously, right now, and it's because we imbue trust and faith in our people that we elect, and without that, I would argue there's pure anarchy. So I would encourage people to look for the trust and to think carefully when they elect their own people.
That's your time, Richard.
Are there other thoughts around this? If not, I'm going to invite either Amadeus or Alison to speak, and then we enter the vote.
I'll speak to that. So, yeah, we should actually trust our people, and we want these people people that we trust to have a vote, actually. We want those people to have a vote. Thus, this is why the proposal exists. I would say that counting the wisdom of the church is worthy of distraction. One of the worthier distractions we have to count the voices of our church. To some of the comments about distrust, the evidence is actually quite clear in the low attendance of meetings like this. The distrust is very evident in the meetings that we have with low attendance. We've heard from more than 200 clergy who feel this way, the distrust at the grassroots. They don't feel safe at meetings like this, which is why they're not here and why we need to reflect and turn over stuff like this so that we have more voices counted in these processes. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Can you put the recommendation up, Michelle, and then we call for the vote?
This recommendation is to fill the position of moderator by election across the denomination in the style of a Category 3 remit process, though not requiring a remit, and include all congregations within the denomination, and to use the resources available to us in the 21st century to hold elections electronically so that more rather than fewer voices are heard. All communities of faith should participate in the electoral process.
Calling for the vote.
And President Lennox, it was asked in the chat if we could leave it up for a little bit longer, as not everyone is having a chance to vote. So I'd suggest maybe actually just leaving it up for a full minute. You should see the time counting up at the top, and it may result in some quiet space, but it ensures everyone has a chance to vote.
President Lennox, we're at 23 seconds.
And counting, yes. Thank you. This proposal does not carry at 69%. We're on to proposal 5, and that's the election process for regional executive ministers. And it again has been proposed by, not moved yet, proposed by Amadeus and Allison. And will there be Allison and Amadeus move and second it?
I will so move this proposal.
And I will second.
And you will second. And invite one of you to speak to it first.
I'll do that. As a democratic conciliar church, the United Church has been a church that values all voices. Restructuring has created a more insular church body that keeps non-elected personnel at a distance. This has led to a rise in the distrust between the grassroots of the denomination and regions. Time-limited appointments in these roles will allow for a diversity of voices to be heard and help restore the trust in that process and their representation.
Thank you. I saw Tessica's hand earlier.
I don't know if I'm out of order here, President, but I was just asking for a little break, that we take a little break and recenter ourselves after we have heard words like very upset. I'm not sure if I'm in order here. And based on the comment that Sister Sybil has made, I think it was wise that we just take a little break and recenter ourselves.
All right. Is that the mind of the meeting?
No.
No. Well, what we're going to do, Tessica, is at the end of this proposal, we will take a 5-minute break and then resume following that. Go ahead, John.
I have the same problem with this proposal as number 3, and I listened carefully to the pros and cons on proposal 3, and I still am concerned about free election getting the best management person in a role. So I'm still opposed to this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mervyn?
Yeah, thank you, President Lennox. I think it would have been much more helpful if the proposer and seconder had brought forth a proposal. If they have heard of all this distrust and discontent, had brought forth a proposal suggesting that the church carry out some kind of inquiry, some kind of survey as to what degree of distrust there is perhaps in the church. So on that basis, I'm going to vote against this proposal.
Thank you, Mervyn. Debbie?
Sorry, just making sure. Can you hear me? There we go.
Yes.
Friends and council, I will be voting against this proposal. I do so because of a variety of reasons that have already been named, but the one that I wish to lift up in this moment is the practicality. I firmly believe that at least in my congregational context, I have a number of congregants who are overworked. There is only so much they can do. Adding additional voting processes to the necessary work of local church is an unfair organizational burden for my congregation, for which I can only speak. And I imagine, and I could be wrong, that it might be that way for other churches. Footnote, I do want to ask if someone has checked in on Sybil. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Wendy?
I just want to perhaps, if we're going to have a break after this vote, that we have a prayer before we break, please, and gives us a centering point while we have our break to come back to.
Thanks for that, Wendy. Any other thoughts around this? Richard?
I just want to pick up on the comment that Mervyn made. I think that perhaps the big issue that's circulating here is that the church did go through a major reorganization 6 years ago. A pandemic hit right after that. We were all forced to. We didn't really have a chance to fully embrace and understand the implications of that big change, and change management is a really challenging process, as anyone who's lived in the corporate world knows. I think it is the case that the church should be reviewing how effective the restructuring has been, and raise issues through an assessment of the change and of the change management that it has conducted.
Thanks, Richard. You just made it, Richard. Yvonne?
Thanks, President Lennox. Yvonne again. When the church restructured in 2019, there was a commitment for an evaluation. And an evaluation was done by Horseshoe Falls region, of which was presented, I believe, last year at our spring meeting. And some of those things that came up, we're working through them. So I don't recall any of the anything in the evaluation that talks about trust and mistrust in the process. So I just wondered how effective then was the evaluation. Thank you.
Deborah?
Yes, I just want to lift up the there's a recommendation about shortening the terms or making it the term of a regional minister be in accordance with the general council term. I just think that we need wisdom, we need experience. I was happy to hear Richard Bott earlier say that our commissioners are kind of a 50-50. We have new people and we have experienced people. This regional minister position, as someone who was conference president in Saskatchewan, I needed that person next to me who knew what they were doing, who knew the ins and outs of the structure, who could guide us because they had been in that position for a while. So I think Barb mentioned this earlier when she was talking about being a commissioner. Sometimes you get to your third year and you're just getting into it. So terms are great in some positions, but you need those long-term positions as well.
Thank you, Kate?
Can I remind people to introduce themselves, please?
No.
Thanks, Kate. Just as a reminder, though your name would be listed at the bottom of the screen and we can see the name, for the purposes of, for those who are having hearing challenges, you may just want to say your name and that will help. Go ahead, Callie.
Sorry, President.
Archer.
Christina's up first, President Lennox.
Correct.
Sorry, that's why she's.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hi, I just wanted to lift up the concern.
So for the purposes of those who may or may not be hearing so well, just say your name and then go ahead.
Hi, I'm Christina Crawford. I just wanted to lift up the concern that the equity minister brought up, that some people are in need of a break right now because of the last discussion and vote. And, you know, we talk about distrust in the system, but when we ignore when people are needing to just take a step back, I think that just goes to show that why people have mistrust in the system. I think folks need a chance to process this.
Okay, thank you. And we will take a break at the end of this proposal. And Callie, you'll see your hand, and then that will be the last. And we invite either Alison or Amadeus to speak. We enter the vote, then we take a break. Go ahead.
Thank you, President. Kelly Archer. I will be voting against this because I haven't heard what people actually distrust. And that's very scary to me, especially with early comments like what Sybil said. I really fear that people distrust people who are different, and that's very scary to me in our church. I trust our leadership, and I think as well that it will detract from congregational business and looking after congregations to have all these remits.
Thanks, Kelly. I want to invite Alison and or Amadeus to speak. Then we enter a vote. Then we're going to take a 5-minute break. Before we do that, though, we're going to offer prayer, and then we take a break.
I'll speak, President Lennox. It's Amadeus. So the times that we did have surveys, they have not been objective. To Yvonne's comment, the survey that was done had very few open-ended questions and did not address the topic of trust whatsoever. People are not safe to go about in the inquiry of distrust. People who do this often get threats of review, or their experience gets relived, which causes more problems for them mentally and physically, and then gets excused at the end as not an issue. And I just want to also put a reminder in here that we keep hearing this term about corporate and administration. Those are important terms, but I want to remind everyone, we are church. We are not a corporation.
Can we have the recommendation again and then the vote?
Yeah, we'll read this out.
Yes.
This is regarding the regional executive minister. Fill the positions of regional executive ministers by election across their respective regional councils rather than by appointment. Limit the time periods that people are allowed to serve in these positions to be consistent with general council terms. Limited the renewal of positions such as that executive ministers may be elected once and renewed once to ensure that decision-making is fluid and representative and not dynastic. Use the resources available to us in the 21st century to hold elections electronically so that more than fewer voices are heard. All communities of faith within each region should participate in the electoral process. Communities of faith may have their votes determined by the board or the full community as they see fit.
Thanks, Michelle. Calling for the vote. And this proposal 5 is calling for regional executive ministers election.
Thirty more seconds, President Lennox.
Thank you. This proposal does not carry. Thank you for your vote. Can I invite, is it going to be Tessica or Jess to offer a word of prayer?
Yes.
Now, take the
President Lennox, can I just ask if we can take a 15-minute break, not a 5-minute break?
You want to move
Because
that
it's been only an hour and a half, and we moved pretty quickly. But if we can take a little bit of a longer break, I think that'd be really helpful, given what the chaplain mentioned earlier.
Okay. Tessica, Jess?
Yes.
Yes, I have a.
Jess, yes, I will. It's my turn now, Jess, right?
Sure. Go ahead, Tessica.
Okay, thank you. Let us just quiet our hearts and center ourselves. If there is any feeling of mistrust or anger or frustration as we discuss these proposals, let us invite again the Spirit to come among us. And though we may have our differences, unite us as a people, as one church. Lord God, Creator and Redeemer, claim our lives. And this ministry you have called us to is for your high and holy purpose. In times like these, we need your Spirit to take us beyond the realm of self and selfish thoughts for the higher purpose. May it be so. Amen.
Amen. We will take a 15-minute break and we return at 10:47. We'll make it 13 and we come back at 10:45. So we're back at 10:45. Thank you all.
Folks, you might have received an invitation to join a room. It is not for you. You can just disregard that. Okay, enjoy your break.
another minute or two before we resume. There's a request that we make known the percentages of each of the vote. I don't have all. Don't know if Michelle, you want to help us there.
President Lennox, this is Executive Minister Mark speaking. When we get back to time, just to make sure everyone's back, we have been writing down the percentages, so I can go through and do that when we're ready for sure.
Okay, great, thanks. That will be the first thing that we do.
Yeah, no problem.
This is up to proposal 5.
Yeah, of course.
I think we're at time.
Okay.
President Lennox, can I just sorry, it's Michelle Pettit, tech host here. We have 3 people in a private chat room right now.
Okay.
They are people that are part of these proposals. So I'm just going to check in with them and see if they're ready to come back.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Sorry. We need to go back. Are you ready?
Nothing has happened.
No, like we haven't met with Christina.
You didn't get to see Christina?
Well, I spoke to Christina for about 3 minutes and then we tried to bring in Diane as an accompanier.
Okay, so I can get Christina in here, but do you want to be in here privately while the meeting is going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just get her.
And we don't want this recorded.
Yeah, no, this is, I will delete this. I'll edit this. Okay, here we go. As soon as I leave, it won't be recorded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lennox. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the opening motion passed. I didn't write the percentage down, but it was well over 80%, but I didn't write that down because it was the opening motion. But the opening motion, as we know, without number 11 in there, passed by over 80%. Proposal number 2, that was about election terms for general council commissioners. It failed at 63% voted no. Proposal number 3, which was election of the general secretary, it failed at 73% of people voted no. Proposal number 4, the election of the moderator across the entire United Church, it failed at 69% of people voted no. And proposal number 5, the election of regional council executive ministers, it failed at 76% of people voted no for that one.
Thank you, Mark.
No problem.
So for those persons who had interest in knowing what those percentages were, please just note those. What we'll do going forward is just announcing the percentages so that that can be stated as well. Want to say thanks to the equity support, Jess and Tessica, and also lift up the work being done by our chaplains, Kevin and Christina. Note that all four numbers for to contact these individuals are in the chat. And if you want to, have a word with one or two or all, then please know that those numbers are available for you. That said, we also want to recognize the work being done by the online support and for just putting these recommendations up so that we can see what we're voting on and have a greater sense of what's happening. Thanks also to Mark for the work in terms of really just reminding us about procedure. You may not have been told earlier, or you may have in the opening motion that we have a parliamentarian, and his work too is going well. Fred Menteith, and thank you for being a part of this team, Fred. We're moving to proposal number 6, and this is a proposal coming from Mervyn Russell. So if there is a mover and a seconder, then we will take those, and then we ask Mervyn to speak on it.
I am Mervyn Russell, retired Order of Ministry, attending at St. John's United Church in Oakville, and also the founder and coordinator of the Oakville Gaza Peace Group. And
before you speak to it, Mervyn, we need a mover and a so I'm assuming you are going to move this proposal?
Well, I am going to move it. I don't know whether Brian McIntosh is here or not, but he is agreed to be my seconder, and he is an Order of Ministry member in Horseshoe Falls.
Is he not present in the meeting? Is there someone else in the meeting that could second this proposal?
Sula?
I see Callie and Gail offering to second.
Okay, is that a hand, Sula, to second it?
Yes, it was.
It's a second. Okay, good. So moved by Mervyn, seconded by Sula.
Thank you very much, Sula. So as the proposal states at the beginning, we, that is myself and in fact Brian, and now I presume Sula, I believe that the Holy Spirit is calling us to demand the Canadian government take more action based on international law as regards the Israeli-caused genocide in Gaza. The background to this proposal is given in the full statement of the proposal in the workbook under what is happening now. I think that's a fairly full but concise statement of the background. And the evidence supporting the proposal is provided under the background information and comes from reports by internationally recognized groups as Human Rights Amnesty and Al-Haq. So that's what we're bringing forward, and I'd be interested to hear what the members of the meeting have to say.
Thank you, Mervyn. Bruce?
Bruce McKay, St. Paul's, Dundas. I unfortunately have some difficulties with the motion as it is worded.
Sorry, a proposal?
The proposal, yes. First of all, using the term genocide, I think, is inflammatory. Secondly, I find the proposal to be unbalanced. There's no mention whatsoever of Hamas. There's no mention whatsoever about hostages. And frankly, I think that this proposal is, if it goes forward, is does not serve its purpose. It will inflame things, and we'll get a strong reaction Jews will see this as being anti-Semitic. And whether they're right or not in seeing it that way, that's the reaction they will have.
That's your time now, Bruce.
A reminder that for each person entering into the debate, there's just 1 minute to make a point, and then we move to the next person. Thank you, Bruce. Is there any other thoughts around this? If not, can I ask Mervyn to speak again, and then we enter the vote?
I understand Bruce's concerns. The term genocide is, of course, one which has been made by the International Court of Justice, the highest court on the globe. What Israel is doing is a plausible genocide and has been supported by the research done by Amnesty International and the other international reports that I've mentioned. I do not support Hamas's killing of unarmed people. I do not support Hamas's taking hostages into Gaza. But the fact of the matter is that those comments have been made, those decisions have been made by that level of jurisdiction and also by those reports. And we have to respond to the absolute devastation of Gaza and the killing, the known killing of 46,000 people, mainly women and children.
That's your time, Mervyn.
Right.
Thank you, Mervyn. Can you put the recommendation up? Thank you.
Okay, I will read this recommendation that the United Church of Canada urge the Government of Canada to vigorously support, enact, and urge other nations to A, affirm the pronouncements of the International Court of Justice and the actions of the International Criminal Court. B, support a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and ending armed attacks on Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. C, make unhindered humanitarian aid of all kinds accessible to the civilian population in Gaza, either directly by Israel or by the imposition of a United Nations police force. D, impose a complete ban on mutual trade in arms with Israel, both directly and through third parties, until all three parties of the Gaza ceasefire are completed. E, promote overwhelming international support for a United Nations organized and managed process to bring about a just, mutually respected, lasting peace, ensuring the rights and security of both Israelis and Palestinians.
Thank you. I'm calling for the vote on this. Proposal 6, calling the Canadian government to act for justice in Palestine and Israel.
Thirty seconds to go, President Lennox.
Thank you. With 62%, this proposal is carried. Thank you for voting. Proposal number 7 has to do with the autonomy of communities of faith and their assets. and the proposals, Alison and Amadeus. Mark, are there any amendments to this proposal?
Sorry, we're on number 7.
Yes.
Yes, there were. I apologize. Just give me one quick second. Sorry, I fell behind because we had a few in a row that didn't need anything, or there weren't any suggestions. So, yes, so the recommended change is to change the word in the recommendation. So the recommendation is General Council should initiate a remit allowing any communities of faith that wish to cede from union to do so with all their real estate and financial assets in place. What the change is changing the word cede to the word secede, as the definitions of the words are obviously important, and the word secede is actually a better word to reflect what is being asked in this proposal. So it's just a changing of that word to better reflect what the proposal is actually asking. There was a clarifying question on Tuesday night about whether this proposal, whether this actually happened, whether it would actually be legal and could actually be done. The answer to that is yes. The concern was around being a charity and for CRA rules, and the simple answer is that if this proposal passes and then goes to General Council 45 and it passes there and then goes to a remit and it passes the remit and gets enacted, any church that wished to secede from the United Church of Canada, taking their assets with them, they would still be a charitable organization, just not under the United Church of Canada's charitable section or as a part of the United Church of Canada Act. So if a church seceded from the United Church of Canada, took their assets with them, and then 30 years down the road, that church closed and disbanded, they would still have to follow the same rules of the CRA that the United Church does, in that the money and the building from that church would not just be able to go to the individuals of the church. It would still have to be given to another charitable organization when they closed, as a part, or there would have to be a revocation tax paid. So it would be legal to do because it doesn't change the charitable status of the church. What it does do is it would change whether that church is part of the United Church of Canada, and so therefore needing to follow the pieces in the United Church of Canada.
Thanks for that, Mark. Can we have a mover and a seconder? We will note that Alison has left the meeting. Can I ask maybe the chaplain, someone to reach out to her? Also note that Diane has left the meeting. Can I invite the chaplain, one of the chaplains, just to reach out to both? Thanks. So Amadeus, can I invite you to move, and if there's someone to second this?
Actually, yes, I would so move this proposal as amended, but in the spirit that Mervyn was able to do so, I believe Alison would second this as well, were she still here.
Yeah, because we actually did with Mervyn's proposal, sorry, Amadeus, with Mervyn's proposal, we did actually take someone who was in the meeting, and it looks like, I'm assuming Karen has her hand up. Is that to second, Karen?
Yes.
So we do have a seconder with Karen, Too Good, said Grave.
Okay. So Karen has seconded. Amadeus, you would give you a minute to speak to this?
Sure. So communities of faith have felt quite distanced and unsupported from the national church. The General Secretary's musings about pulling out of the United Church of Canada Act, on top of the lack of transparency about funding, staff salaries, has only made communities of faith feel stuck between these places of corporation, charity, and church, without guidance or hope. And we've heard some of that even today in this meeting. It is congregations that bear all the maintenance and expense for the building, yet all buildings revert to the denomination at closure, which is not typical of a trustee relationship. In those relationships, trustees are typically compensated for the expenses that they held in trust. And so we are making the proposal that General Council should initiate a remit allowing any communities of faith that wish to secede from union do so with all of their real estate and financial assets in place.
Thank you. Any thoughts around this? Opening the floor now for some conversation. John?
I do understand what has been proposed, but we are really a corporation. We're not other than that, just under the government of Canada. And I think it would be useful to remove ourselves from that special relationship, become a standard corporation or a charity, so that then if all congregations would be a little more independent of what we were doing or could be. So I'm not really in favor of this motion because I think we have to first decide whether we want to be a special corporation within the government of Canada or a more standard corporation like our other sister churches. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mervyn?
Thank you, President Lennox. What the executive minister had to say doesn't seem to me to quite fit with what the wording of the is there in the proposal. The wording in the proposal suggests to me that the view of the proposer and seconder is that if they moved out of the United Church, then the money would kind of be dispersed amongst the congregation, in which case it would only be fair to give it to some to the people who have died and their descendants, because they also contributed to that particular congregation. So I think this is an unworkable proposal and we'll vote against it.
Thank you, Mervyn. Richard?
Richard Bott, Grace United Church. There are two things that I think about when I'm reading through this proposal. One is that this would move us very much in the direction of being a congregationalist denomination rather than a conciliar denomination that we are. The second thing that I would just point out is an historic reality for us. If this remit, or if this proposal had passed and a remit had gone through and we had moved to this prior to 1988, there are a number of congregations that would have left the denomination at that point in time who decided to remain and continue to remain because they at the time could not take the property with them. So I do think that that there are some concerns we need to think about as it relates to what the proposal is asking for. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. Callie?
Thank you, President.
So, sorry, Callie, you were one of the... No, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I really like, Callie Archer, what I really like about the way it is now is that when a church folds, the rest of the church gets stronger because there are resources to help other congregations flourish. It's helped our congregation and many others, and the denomination stays and grows. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kelly. Any other thoughts around this proposal? Can I then invite Amadeus to speak to this? And then we enter a vote.
I shall do my very best. Amadeus speaking. So in terms, I'm going to kind of go top to or bottom to top here. In terms of the denomination growing from closure, that is actually part of the problem that we've labeled out in this proposal, in that we don't know where this money goes. We don't have any transparency as to where this actually goes to. We're under the assumption that a lot of it goes to staff salaries, and those staff salaries are also in question. And so there's been a lot of question around what are all these, and when people ask, they get told that they're either put under review or they have no business asking. So that's a concern for us. It is also alarming that we've heard again that we are becoming corporation. I want to remind folks that we are the United Church of Canada. We are supposed to be church first and foremost. And in terms of Mr. Bott's reference to the 88 and churches choosing to stay, wisdom of the church can change. They may have stayed for property then. They might not do so now, or they might have a different opinion of it now. Reconsulting the wisdom of the church should be something that we consider doing from time to time.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you put the recommendation up again, Michelle, and then we enter into a vote?
Okay, it's Michelle, the tech host, speaking here. I will read it out. The recommendation is General Council should initiate a remit allowing any communities of faith that wish to secede from union to do so with all of their real estate and financial assets in place.
Thank you. I'm calling for the vote.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
So low.
President Lennox, I have a point of order that I wish that people in the meeting would not speak of people being put under review for asking questions. That is not how our process in the United Church works, and it's an inflammatory comment.
Thanks for noting that.
"20 seconds to go, President Lennox."
With 80%, this proposal is defeated. Thank you for voting.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
With 80%, the proposal was defeated. We're moving to proposal number 8. This is about senior management accountability, and the proposers, Amadeus and Allison. Again, just checking with Mark if there were any amendments to the proposal.
Yes, in the form of a clarifying question that the authors changed. So in the proposal originally, it was asking, oh, there we go. In the proposal originally, it was asking, sorry, my screen, my computer's not letting me open anything else. It had asked for a biannual review, which meant twice a year. And it has been changed to a biennial review, which means a performance review every 2 years, is what the change is. I'm correct with that, right, Amadeus?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, we note with the proposers, Amadeus and Allison, and that Allison has left the meeting. We'll need someone to move and second this. Is there someone to second this along with you, Amadeus? Are you moving this, Amadeus?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am moving this. Yes.
I see
As amended.
Barb's hand. Is that a hand to second this motion proposal? Yes, okay. Noted. Can I then invite you, Amadeus, to speak to this for a minute?
Sure. Congregational clergy have had a great deal of accountability within the denomination, but for those in general council and regional office positions, particularly the general secretary, moderator, and executive secretaries, this is not the case. Currently, the moderator is accountable to the GCE and the general secretary to the advisory committee, many of whom are GCE members. The problem arises in the close working relationships of all of these groups and people have, wherein unconscious bias can creep into any evaluation or process. Executive ministers are accountable to the Office of Vocation, but have not been treated equally as clergy have.
Thank you. Any thoughts around this? Anyone? Bruce? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm unmuting. Yeah. There is a great need. Get my picture up. There's a great need for a lot more accountability. The solutions proposed are probably not practical, but given that we only have two choices, say yes or say no, I say yes, let it go to general counsel and let them know that there needs to be more accountability and they can wrestle with this question of what to do about it.
I see a pool of about 5-6 hands. We have 80 plus persons in the meeting. Are there other persons with thoughts around these proposals?
Mervyn
Mervyn
has his.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I remember the general way in which this is set out in the workbook, it seems to me to open up huge potential intrusion into privacy and confidentiality. And I think this would, in all likelihood, make it more difficult to gain applicants for these very responsible positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other thoughts around this proposal? Amadeus, you want to speak to this again, and then we call for the vote?
Of course. In order just to answer Mervyn,
Before I take it that you haven't spoken as yet. Before you speak, I'm going to invite Marcy.
Oh,
because if you start to speak now, then we have to go into the vote.
We just had a late hand, Amadeus. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, let me take Marcy.
Sorry. One of the questions that came up on Tuesday was about costing out this process, and a request for that information. And I haven't heard that presented today, so I don't know if that is possible. I also raised the concern on Tuesday and realized I should have raised it today, that this proposal actually addresses two things. One is reviews, regular performance reviews, and also situations of misconduct or inappropriate or ineffective behavior. And it seems like both of those shouldn't be in the same proposal. Those are two separate processes and two separate issues. And I think we're confusing things.
Thank you, Marcy. Let me just hang a bit before I take you, Amadeus, in the event that someone else. Yes, Richard?
I believe that on Tuesday, I was the one who brought up the question of cost. And I think it was addressed that day as being not that material for the for the purpose of what was being attempted to achieve here. So I would say that as the person who brought that forward, I was comfortable with the answer, but I do appreciate other people may not be.
Thanks, Richard. Again, just opening for other comments around this. Go ahead. Oh, okay, Mark.
Yeah, so I leave this to you to decide, President Lennox, as chair of the meeting, but I can speak to a rough estimation of costs overall if you wish, but if you would like to take what Richard had said, then that is fine as well. So I leave it to you what you would like.
Helpful if you were to do that.
Okay, so in some respect, what I would say is that the cost of when there is a complaint, we are already paying out that cost for investigations and reviews and paying out an independent reviewer to do that work. So I would suggest that perhaps those costs somewhat wash out, as we're already paying for it. So this would just be paying for someone else to do that piece. Those generally cost, depending on them, between $6,000 and $10,000 per, but we're already bearing that cost. As per the annual reviews, that would be again in the same in a similar price range of probably around $5,000 to $7,000 to do a annual review, which this is asking for a biannual review. For people in senior management, we would be looking at approximately, obviously it would depend on how this goes, but approximately 20 people. So every 2 years, at $5,000 a person per 20 people would be approximately $100,000 every 2 years for those.
Thanks, Mark. That was helpful. Barb?
Just a quick question, and maybe I'm missing it when I'm reading this, but if a review is done and feedback comes back that requires change or there's problematic, who has the authority to deal with that? Maybe I'm missing something.
Is that a question that, Mark, you can respond to?
Yeah, so in the current structure, if it is a ministry personnel, then the review, if there's feedback in that, would go through the Office of Vocation. As all of this senior leadership staff, they are also all accountable to the HR department for the United Church of Canada. So when there are performance reviews or that sort of thing, it would be at the current time would be their direct supervisor, who would offer the ways forward to try to improve or do things differently. Or if there's something is very egregious, then obviously HR would deal with that as well, which could, depending on what happened, obviously in any other position could lead to termination or something like that. I believe that this proposal is asking that all of that be done by an outside group. And I think part of the concept is that if this were to pass, then that group would then make a recommendation to the HR department of the United Church of Canada, because as this proposal is written, I don't read it as the outside group has the ability to fire someone in the United Church. I say Amadeus nodding his head. So it would be making a recommendation to HR around the performance, because that's just is how things are done like that. But some of those fine tunings would be a part of that.
Thanks for that, Mark. Barb?
Am I misreading that this assessment is based on individuals' roles in senior management positions, not as clergy? Because didn't you just describe the process for how clergy are reviewed? What am I missing?
Many of the people who are in senior management roles are clergy. So
Well, what if the negative feedback's about the role with the executive and not about them as a minister? How is that dealt with?
That would be dealt with at the current time through the HR department that we have at the United Church. But if they're clergy, then they are also accountable to the Office of Vocation currently. And what this proposal is asking is to take both of those out of internal processes in the United Church and move both of those into an external process in the United Church, or out of the United Church, sorry.
Callie?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm curious about these review organizations because I'm not familiar with either, and I'm just wondering what history they have in terms of understanding of the United Church.
That's a question to Mark as well.
Sure, I can speak to that as well. Sure, thank you, President Lennox. Executive Minister Mark speaking. So we do use Credence right now to do things for such as mediations and that sort of thing. So Credence is very familiar with the United Church. What I would note is that in the proposal, it is just giving those as suggestions. It would be, if this proposal passed, then it would be up to the HR department of the United Church of Canada to find a unbiased Christian facilitator outside. These are just as given as examples. I don't know about the Alban Institute, but I know that as a regional council executive minister, I have used Credence to help with some mediation and some work in the United Church. So they are familiar with how the United Church is run.
All right, we're going to take Marvin, then I'm going to move to Amadeus to speak to this before we enter the vote. Marvin? You're muted, Marvin.
Yeah, Mervyn Russell, retired minister attending at St. John's, Oakville. I'm just wondering whether I'm misremembering this proposal as it's laid out in the workbook. Wasn't there some part of it, this proposal, which was mentioning the church at large expressing some opinion about this? Have I misremembered that?
That's proposal 9, Mervyn. That's a different proposal. There are 2 proposals about accountability. That's proposal 9.
Thank you. I retract my remark.
I'm going to bring you back in, Amadeus, just to speak to this.
Sure. So to answer some of the concerns, thank you, Mark, for answering some of them as well as we went. In terms of opening up intrusion, internal reviews that already happen already do this. They do no less. And if we're talking about vulnerability in terms of information, every place is just as vulnerable as the next, whether they're internal to us or they're done by an outside review company. We all have the same standards in terms of privacy and security. So why not make it something that's unbiased rather than something that is potentially unconsciously biased? Also, to address the concern about this being 2 separate issues from Marcy, I think they both come from the same root in all of this. And so the solution covers both of these. They're just examples. They're not 2 separate issues. They're examples of what is the same problem. So we proposed this one solution to cover them both.
Thank you. Can you put the recommendation up again? We'll see that.
Hi there, it's Michelle, the tech host. I'll read this out.
Yes.
The recommendation is implement an external review process by knowledgeable and unbiased Christian facilitators, such as Credence or the Alban Institute, for people in senior management, specifically the General Secretary, Moderator, and all executive ministers on a biannual basis, meaning every 2 years, or additionally when specific concerns arise. The process should engage the whole church, not strategically selected task forces or focus groups, and should utilize unbiased assessment tools that include open-ended review questions. Given current technology, feedback can be solicited from all communities of faith, clergy, and staff for a fulsome review. The assessment should include an analysis of how well the position and the person serving in the position serves the church.
Thanks, Michelle. Calling for the vote. This proposal 8 is for senior management accountability review process.
"30 seconds to go, President Lennox."
President Lennox, I want to raise a point of order after this vote has been declared.
Will do. With 61%, this proposal is defeated.
raise my point of order now, Mr.
Yes, please go ahead, Marvin.
Yeah. So I asked the executive minister if at some point in the way this proposal was laid out, it mentioned engaging the whole church. And I see an actual, the third part of the recommendation is that the process should engage the whole church. So I did not misremember.
No,
So-
you're correct, Marvin. That is my mistake and my apology. My computer is freezing on me and I'm not able to open everything, so I was going off of memory. And so you are correct that proposal did have that piece in there.
I mean,
my apologies.
If it didn't have that, I might have voted differently. But fortunately, when it came up on the screen, I saw that in actual fact it did contain that. So I stuck with my original vote. And I hope it didn't change the vote of anyone else who was voting.
The recommendation was read before the vote was placed, Marvin. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for voting. We're moving to proposal number 9, which is about the vocational review and discipline accountability. And the proposer is Barbara Fullerton. And we're going to ask Barb if she will move this, and if there's someone in the meeting to second it.
Thank you, President Lennox. I'm Reverend Barbara Fullerton, retired from Paris, and I move the proposal. And I rely on the gathered community for a second.
So moved by Barb Fullerton. Is there someone to second this proposal?
I would second it, Amadeus.
Amadeus, seconded by Amadeus. Thank you. Barb, you want to take a minute to speak to this?
President Lennox, before Barb does, sorry, Barb, this is Executive Minister Mark. In the Tuesday meeting, Barb, you had requested a point of privilege. So for when you're speaking, I'm going to give you 2 minutes instead of 1 minute, just to try to accommodate your point of privilege. Is that fair?
Thank you so much, because I do speak slowly because of a vocal disability. Okay, there is divergence from policies for reviews and discipline of ministry personnel and the way that they're actually carried out. So I'm proposing an oversight body that would include non-staff representatives from each region with a mandate to conduct regular assessments of the offices of vocations and its review and discipline actions. And upon completion of review or disciplinary process, the subject and their advocates would be invited to give feedback on it. Also, the advocate lawyer of any subject of review and discipline would be given access to all meetings associated with review that the subject attends.
Thanks, Barb. I'm going to open now for comments around this proposal. This is about vocational review and discipline accountability. Richard?
Thank you, President Lennox. Richard Bott, Grace United Church, Burlington. President Lennox, there's much that I really appreciate about in this proposal. The only thing that concerns me is in the point around upon completion of a review and or disciplinary process, the subject of the review and the subject's companions, families, and advocates will be invited to conduct a confidential review of all documents. It strikes me that that's a really wide body who would be invited to basically do a review of the review. I don't quite understand why it's gone that wide. Why than simply being the person who has been reviewed and their advocate. So that's the only thing that kind of throws me in this one. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Richard. Mervyn?
Yeah, I just want to ask the question: is there any appeal against a decision by the Office of Vocation?
Before well, I'm going to ask Barb to speak. Mark, or
do you mean in the current process, Mervyn? Yes,
Yes.
there is. Yeah, there is a judiciary committee that there is an appeal process. I'm not as familiar with it, but my understanding is that a lot of the, but yes, that there is an appeals process that you can go through to appeal decisions under certain grounds.
Thanks, Mervyn. Thanks, Mark. Marcy?
In answer to that question, if there is new information, you can reopen a process. But the question I have is that first at the beginning of the sentence it says, for those regional vocational offices overseeing the review and discipline process. I don't understand, and maybe this is a point of clarification. I don't understand what the mover is meaning by that, because there isn't a regional vocational office that oversees reviews and discipline process for ministry personnel.
Thanks for that observation, Mercy. Barb?
I share the same question Richard has. It's really unusual to involve families and etc., particularly when someone's already got a selected advocate there for themselves. So I'm just wanting to know a little bit more about why it's extended that wide, because that's highly unusual.
Okay. I don't want to invite Barb to speak, because that will mean the closure of the debate. I don't know if Mark has a response to that.
I can speak to process, President Lennox, and then our parliamentarian, Fred, can tell me if I'm wrong. So for questions like that, because we are in the formal debate process, someone would be able to make an amendment to the proposal that we have. And then as a regional council, we would vote on the amendment. The amendment cannot change the intent of the proposal. So as an example, in this one, that is asking for an oversight body for the Office of Vocation, the amendment could not be for there not to be an oversight body of the Office of, right? That is completely changing what the proposal is asking for. But someone could move an amendment to change some of the wording or something like that if they, during this debate process, if they so chose, and then we would then have a debate and talk about that wording change and the amendment, and we would vote on the amendment, and then we would come back to the either amended or not amended proposal and continue on from there. I am going to assume that what I've said is correct, unless Fred unmutes and speaks up. Oh, I'm getting a thumbs up from Fred. So yeah, I can't speak to the questions, but I can speak to the process that if someone wishes to make an amendment to the wording, they can. If no amendment to the wording is proposed, then when we get to the end of the debate and we vote, we are voting on the proposal as presented. So for this one, President Lennox, I just might suggest to maybe give a little bit of extra time. We might need to sit in silence, but just because if someone's thinking of an amendment, it might take a little longer than just thinking if they want to talk for or against.
I'm going to suggest that maybe the tech team opens a room that the parliamentarian and I don't know, yourself, somebody else, maybe the proposer, to look at an amendment that is needed.
No, we need someone from the floor to make the amendment. We're not making an amendment as the parliamentarian and executive minister. If someone from the floor wants to make an amendment, they can put up their hand and say that they want to make the amendment, and then we go from there.
So the floor is now open for that. If there is someone, and maybe the parliamentarian can speak to this.
President Lennox, just note that Barb Fullerton had her physical hand raised.
Yeah, but Barb Fullerton is the proposer for this proposal. So I don't want to invite her just yet.
President Lennox, could we see the text again so that we know what we might want to amend?
That we can do. Michelle?
Then Fred has his hand up. Our parliamentarian has his hand up as well, President Lennox now.
Well, let's take the text first and for a while, and then we go to Fred.
Michelle, would you be able to read this again for us, please?
Yes, it's Michelle Tech host here. I'll read this for you. Establish a discipline process oversight body that includes non-staff representatives from each region with a mandate to conduct regular assessments of the offices of vocations and its review discipline actions and activities. There will be smart, standardized metrics that are achievable and realistic in an appropriately timely manner. Requirements for review disciplinary action. Establish a central repository of official review and disciplinary documents accessible for analysis and assessment by the person being reviewed and their advocate companion, and for church historians in compliance with the concurrent research rules of the United Church of Canada. Upon completion of a review and/or disciplinary process, the subject of the review and the subject's companions, families, and advocates will be invited to conduct a confidential review of all documents produced by the review and disciplinary process and structures, and to give feedback on how the process of the Office of Vocations was carried out. The advocate of any subject of review and discipline will be given access to all meetings associated with the review that the subject of review attends, and access to disciplinary actions when the subject of the review and discipline wishes.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yes.
I'm going to take Fred. Fred is our parliamentarian.
Thank you, President. And it's by way of a suggestion of a way forward.
Yes.
So Mark is right. Somebody could propose an amendment. If it's seconded, it would be to what he outlined. However, if the mover and seconder were to see the amendment as a friendly one, then you would not have to have the debate. It could just be received as a friendly amendment to the motion. So the step would be someone other than the mover and seconder at this point needs to move an amendment or propose an amendment, then check to see if the mover and seconder or receive it as a friendly amendment. If so, then it's amended as proposed, or then you move to debate.
And debate as a new proposal?
Yeah. Then you have to have the debate and vote on the amendment, And
Yes.
then once that's dealt with, then you go back to the motion either as amended or not, which
Got
is what Mark outlined before.
Got you. Richard?
President Lennox, Richard Bott, Grace United Church, Burlington. I would like to move an amendment to the proposal, and the amendment is in the section that begins upon completion of a review. I'm requesting an amendment that we remove the words companions, comma, families, and. If we delete those, it would then read, upon completion of a review and or disciplinary process, the subject of the review and the subject's advocates will be invited to conduct a confidential review of all documents, etc. I'm moving that amendment.
We're moving that.
I will second it, President Lennox. I thought the term companions was very, very wide. It could mean all one's mates in the pub. I mean, you know, it's far too wide.
Or your pet. Okay. Can move by Richard? Is there a second? Seconded by.
I will second it.
Yes. Okay. And
so now you can check with the original mover and seconder
for the proposer, Barb, and I think Mervyn, you second this. No,
yeah,
no,
I do.
Amadeus second this proposal. Is this now something that you are okay with?
Yes, I'm more than okay. That's definitely it's a friendly and I agree totally.
Agreed.
Agreed. Do we treat this, Fred, as a new? It's a friendly amendment, so it stands as is. Do we take this off? Do we vote on it? Do we entertain more conversation around this? I see Deborah's hand up.
You're now discussing, as you say, President, the motion as amended by the friendly amendment.
Correct. Deborah?
Yes. I guess this would be an additional amendment that I think would be friendly. I have a concern about advocates, plural. The rest of the proposal talks about an advocate. I think it should be advocate singular. And also in terms of proper terminology, it is the Office of Vocation, not plural vocations. So I would make this an amendment to take the S off advocates and the S off wherever the word vocations is used in the Office of Vocation.
So you want to go back down or go up rather? Yes.
Yep.
Yep, take that right. Is this agreeable to Barb and how many? Yes.
Yes.
Marcy?
Thank you, President Lennox. Marcy Gibson, Center for Christian Studies and Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. I am curious to know about who is doing the inviting and what is the completion of a review and disciplinary process. Is that when the review has been completed, or is that when an entire process has been completed, or is that upon, because there are many, many steps in a review process. This motion also doesn't address questions of investigative processes. Is this only about reviews, or is it about investigations? And when this is overlapping with a criminal charge, will this continue to stand as a motion?
A proposal. Any other thoughts around this? So, Barb, can I give you a minute or so to, well, if you want to respond to Marcy and then give some other thoughts around this?
And I'll give you extra time, Barb, don't worry.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the accommodation. Marcy, this would not be in the application of criminal charges, or rather typical criminal charges go to criminal courts. But you were asking about whether it's a step or review. This is at the conclusion of the total review. And I would also entertain a friendly amendment to the question that Marcy first raised, way at the beginning where it refers to regional offices of vocation. There is no such thing. You're absolutely correct. That word regional should be struck if DAS is in agreement with that.
I am.
You're offering a further amendment, Barb?
Pardon?
Are you offering a further amendment to this?
A friendly amendment.
You just want to say exactly where again? Michelle, you want to put this up again, please?
It's not in the proposal itself, rather in the very first sentence that says, while there's a great deal of accountability for ministry personnel within the denomination, there's little accountability for those regional vocational offices overseeing the review and discipline process. It would better say for those vocational offices overseeing the review and discipline process. And we could add in regions that would make it clearer. It's not in what you're voting for.
President Lennox, it's Michelle Tech-Host speaking. So we're going to remove the word regional in front of vocational offices.
Yes. That's what's been asked, Barb?
Yeah.
Remove regional, yes.
Barb, was there another place that regions appeared?
I don't think so. I think that's the one that Marcy was referring to.
I was also referring to the fact of it says vocational offices overseeing. So are you talking about the vocational ministers who are deployed to the regions, or are you talking about the process of the National Office of Vocation and its committees?
The latter.
If you're talking about the committees, which are the decision-making bodies, then doing a review of vocational ministers deployed to the regions is not going to address what your concern is. Paid vocational ministers do not make decisions overseeing reviews and discipline.
But the reason for the proposal is that there's divergence policies for review and discipline and the way they're actually carried out.
Can you go back to the recommendation, Michelle?
Okay, as it's sitting right now, Barb is recommending a friendly amendment to remove the word regional in front of vocational
Right.
offices, and I think it's just office, it's not plural.
Yes.
So if we can just take out a regional in front of vocational, and then take the S off office.
Wherever they occur.
We're just having some technical difficulties. I'm getting messages in the back end here for managing this document. So I'm just going to stop the screen share and to address the question in the chat as well. These changes we can make, but they're not part of the actual motion that we're voting on. They're part of the background information for what it is that we needed to know for making the votes. So if our parliamentarian is in agreement, I could also suggest that making sure we have the changes that were made to the motion itself is the important piece, and these background information pieces, we can make sure that those get cleared up afterwards. But we've all heard this discussion about the fact that that wants to be changed, and that's not actually what we're voting on. Does that make sense, Fred, or am I way off?
No, that's correct.
Yeah. Yes, Fred Monteith, parliamentarian. I would agree with Mark. I think the changes to the background are editorial changes and are not material to the actual recommendation you're voting on. They're important, but they're not material to the recommendation you're voting on.
So can we get the recommendations put up? What we're actually voting on?
Let's see. Just 1 second. Okay, can you folks see that?
Not yet.
We're working on it. Oh.
Can you see that?
Yes, we can now. We have John's screen up now.
Okay. It's Michelle Teco speaking. I will read this once again.
Yes.
Establish a discipline process oversight body that includes non-staff representatives from each region with a mandate to conduct regular assessments of the Office of Vocation and its review discipline actions and activities. There will be smart, standardized metrics that are achievable and realistic in appropriately timely manner. Requirements for review and disciplinary action. Establish a central repository of official review and disciplinary documents accessible for analysis and assessment by the person being reviewed, and that their advocate or companion, and for church historians in compliance with the concurrent research rules of the United Church of Canada. Upon completion of a review and/or disciplinary process, the subject of the review and the subject's advocate will be invited to conduct a confidential review of all documents produced by the review and disciplinary process and structures, and to give feedback on how the process of the Office of Vocation was carried out. The advocate of any subject of review and discipline will be given access to all meetings associated with the review that the subject of review attends and access to disciplinary actions when the subject of the review and discipline wishes.
Thank you. Does that work for you, Barb? Reflect what you're presenting?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other word you want to have on this before we call for a vote?
You still have two hands up as well, President Lennox. If you want to recognize those, it is your call.
Go ahead, Marcy, and then I see Barb. And then, yeah.
On point 1 of that recommendation, it says with the mandate to conduct regular assessments of the Office of Vocation and its review discipline actions and activities. And I would like clarified by the mover whether that is an assessment of the Office of Vocation committees or assessment of Office of Vocation staff? Because I think those have two very different implications in the movement.
Office of Vocation staff.
Does it help, Marcy?
Well, it gives me a sense of what she's asking for. It's makes it incongruent with the rest of the proposal, because the rest of the proposal talks about actions of a decision-making committee. But if she wants to move the motion, that's what's on the table.
Deborah?
Two things. There still is an S at the end of vocations in one part of the motion. There is also an S at the end of offices in part of the motion. That's my first point. My second point is following up on Marcy. It is not the Office of Vocation staff that conduct reviews. It is one of the committees of the Board of Vocation. So that is, I think, what Marcy's trying to get at. It's actually the response remedial committees of the Board of Vocation that conduct the reviews.
Then I stand corrected on that. Thank you.
I think for the first one, Deborah, I think Michelle would have made those corrections.
President Lennox, I read as corrections, and we will make them on the sheet.
Yes. Any other thoughts, Barb, before we get to the vote?
No, thank you. And I appreciate Deborah and Marcy's input. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call for the vote now? This is proposal 9, dealing with vocational review and discipline accountability.
We're at 30 seconds, President Lennox.
Thank you. At 65%, this proposal is carried. Friends, we're at 12 o'clock, and we have just completed proposal number 9. There are 2 other proposals, and then the closing motion. I know based on our schedule, there is a lunch break that is part of this day. I guess I'm asking, do we just go ahead and take the next 2 proposals, or do we take a break for lunch and come back? What's the mind of the meeting?
President Lennox, the rest of the agenda and business committee here is, if you're in agreement, is suggesting that we do take the lunch break, as this has been, we still have had a long day, even though there's not that many proposals left to go. We have 3 plus the closing motion, but it would probably behoove people to have a chance to step away and come back refreshed to deal with the last 3.
Right, so I'm seeing people say take the lunch break. So with just 2 or 3 proposals to follow, I think we are going to take a break, and then we come back at 12:30. We will resume at 12:30. Thank you all.
President Lennox. So people, you can leave your computer on if you want, and just stay in the meeting, or you can leave and come back into the meeting at 12:30. It is your choice.
President Lennox?
Yes.
Chaplain Kevin here. I'm just wanting the court to be aware that Chaplain Christina has left the meeting because of other responsibilities. So I will be the sole chaplain for the afternoon sederent.
Okay, thanks for letting us know, Kevin. Please put again, if you wanted us, place your number and contact in the chat so people know how to get to you.
Will do. Thank you, President Lennox.
Thanks, Kevin. Hope that people had a good lunch, a good time away to refresh and restore, and to remember that we have this to conclude today. So we're back. We're on to proposal number 10. And this is a proposal about remit and the proposal integrity policy. And the proposers are Amadeus and Alison. Alison, again, a reminder that has left the meeting, and Amadeus will ask you if you want to move this, and someone from the meeting to offer a second. I
will so move.
We have lost a couple of persons from this meeting, persons with other engagements, and some have indicated that they will have to leave at 1. Some have already left, and we really want to be able to complete this, hopefully by 2 o'clock the latest. So Barb will second, and Amadeus, you move it. We'll give you a chance, Amadeus, a minute to speak to it.
Of course. Amadeus speaking. Remits and proposals are designed to increase our democratic process, but recently proposals themselves have been used to circumvent some remits, creating legal loopholes. This damages the integrity of our decision-making process. We want to create a system that emboldens transparency while bolstering the integrity of our system, which will keep our processes democratic and fair, counting as many voices as possible.
Thank you. Again, checking in with you, Mark. Were there any amendments to this proposal from our meeting on Tuesday?
No, thank you, President Lennox. There were no other changes to this proposal, so it is as is in the workbook. So you can open up for people to speak for or against the proposal.
Okay, great. Recognizing your hand, John.
There we are. Thank you, John Hurst. Remits have been around, I think, since we were incorporated under the Canadian government. Proposals are relatively new in the last 25 years. So using them in the same breath doesn't seem to be particularly useful. I think if we were a standalone corporation, a charity, that we would not need to have remits. We might design a process for them, but we wouldn't need them, that's for sure. Proposals have proven to be a good way to work through a thought before it gets to a vote. So they're very separate things. Just an observation on my part. Thank you.
Thank you for that, John. Anybody else? So remits and proposal integrity policy. Richard?
Thank you, President Lennox. Richard Bott, Grace United Church, Burlington. The purpose of remits is to change the basis of union, the constitution of the church. And so when we send those out, it's really about when something in that fundamental document has to change. Proposals, which used to be called petitions, but proposals that come forward are to do things like make changes to the bylaws and make changes to the basis of union. So as I read this, I guess what comes to me is there's an assumption that these things are not happening at this point. And I guess one of the realities is it's already the responsibility of the General Secretary to do this kind of a review. It's already the responsibility of the General Council Executive to work through that before they make any recommendations to the General Council. And again, it's already the responsibility of the General Council itself to ask questions and to make a decision not to vote on something if they believe that that this actually stands in the face of a remit that's already decided. So while I recognize the desire for clearer process, it strikes me that these are already things that happen.
That's your time, Richard. Yes.
Thanks for tracking that, Mark. Any other questions, comments, contribution around this proposal? Stephen?
Thanks, President Lennox. I'll just make the observation, Colburn Village United Church in Simcoe.
Before you move on, Stephen, just a reminder, we're asking persons just to introduce yourselves before you make a comment so that those who are having challenges hearing can know who's actually speaking.
Thank you, and I was trying to do that. Steve Loudon, Colburn Village United Church. I just don't like to observe that in the remit process, there are remits that fail simply due to lack of interest, not that they are establishing policy by their failure, but that a remit can fail simply because not enough of the appropriate people take the time to vote. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Stephen. Any other thoughts around this? Amadeus?
Yes, Amadeus speaking. So to go through some of these, John, to the discussion there, yes, proposals are a new process, and as such, need a little bit of refinement. We feel it's not a perfect world in that regard. Doesn't change that they've been used to circumvent some of the wisdom of the church through the remit that have been passed in the past. And in terms of what Richard had said, remits change the basis of union and whatnot. When proposals usurp past remits, they do cross boundaries, and we want to prevent that. So we want to refine the remit and proposal process to make sure that the two are not in conflict with each other. And I think that we want to bolster the integrity. If the question is, or sorry, not if the question is, we should be asking if everything is fine and hunky-dory, then how does this proposal hurt anything going forward? If everything is fine, making sure to bolster that integrity should be a good thing. It should be on our mind.
And I invite you to put this recommendation up again, Michelle, and then we get into the vote.
Thank you, President Lennox. It's Michelle Teco speaking. This is the recommendation. A, we must make a public and consistent commitment to the remit process by affirming and enforcing who General Counsel is accountable to when remits are circumvented, with a mandate to name exactly who General Counsel is accountable to, and a process for when these events do arise, along with appropriate guidelines on process to remedy the situation. The party General Counsel is accountable to should have unbiased and appropriate representation to promote a fair decision in the remedy. The mandate should be specific and the guidelines should seek to not encumber or burden those reporting the situation needlessly. B, we must mandate that any proposal coming through its meetings will be checked against previous remits to ensure they are not in conflict with one another in spirit and in verbiage. This effectively closes the legal loophole that has been used to make decisions within the denomination that were previously turned down through the remit process. We must advise the manual committee to close these legal loopholes by editing the wording of section F.1 to include the following. Quotes, the General Counsel will, with due diligence, check its records for remits that match or resemble the proposal under consideration to ensure there is no conflict with a previous decision of the denomination. If such a conflict exists, the proposal should be turned down in favor of the party attempting the remit process again to see if the wisdom of the church has changed. Close quotes. Again, open quotes, General Counsel will not pass any proposal that conflicts with a previously passed or failed remit without consulting with the same bodies that previous remit came from. In that event, a tertiary remit can be initiated to see if the wisdom of the church has changed. Close quotes.
Thanks, Michelle. You said Michelle Teco. I think I prefer Michelle Pettit.
Okay.
The proposal is up. Proposal number 10 has to do with remit and proposal integrity policy.
Five seconds left, President Lennox.
All that is required is a simple majority, and with 51% of the vote, this is carried. Thank you for voting. Proposal number 11, election process for General Counsel Executive. And the authors are Amadeus and Allison. Assume Amadeus, you're going to move, and we need someone from the floor of the meeting to second this.
I would so move, yes. And I believe there's an amendment to this one, Mark?
I believe it is, yeah, I believe it is the same as previous of if the proposal does pass, then the wording of authoritarian is removed, would be removed out of the language preceding what we're doing. Yes.
Yes, so I so move as amended.
Okay,
Thank you, Amadeus.
Karen, your hand is to second this motion, this proposal. Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded. Amadeus, speak to it.
Of course, Amadeus here. The United Church of Canada has prided itself on being a church that values all of its voices, but since restructuring, apathy has settled in, coming from the distrust that the same people will continue to fill the same roles and it's the same voices we hear. So people need not participate. Offering more transparency and change will empower more participation and inspire more trust in the process from the grassroots of the denomination.
Thank you. We're opening up for debate. Mervyn.
Yeah, it seems to me to carry out what's proposed would require extensive administration by the church, involving financial and what I call attention costs, which might be better spent on programming. And I don't know how congregations who would know nothing about the majority of the general commissioners would be able to make an informed decision as to who should be on the executive. So it seems to me to be an unwieldy proposition.
Okay, thank you. Richard.
Thank you, President Lennox. Richard Bott, Grace United Church, Burlington. In addition to what was just said, there are a couple of things in here that I would just raise some concerns about. Part of the reason for having a 6-year defined term, which is what currently happens, is so that half of the executive continues to have the wisdom of having been on the previous general council executive, and half is new, and so that constantly changes over that time. My concern about making the entire general council executive new every 3 years is that you would lose any kind of continuation from previous. I'm wondering about the at least 50% of the members of the executive must be members of the United Church Pension Plan. That strikes me that would kind of push towards having more ordered people on and not allow for a balance of ordered and laity, just in that ordered folks are the majority of pension plan holders. And I'm not sure. I mean, the ex officio.
That's your time, Richard.
Sorry. Thank you.
No, that's fine. President Lennox, can I just respond? Because one thing that Richard raised was part of the questions for clarification. So I just want to make sure. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay. That section that you were asking about, Richard, about the piece of 50% of the members, general council must be members of the pension board. That is what is currently in the manual as what the requirements of general council executive are, as that is a legal requirement of the pension board. So that was my suggestion to the authors of the proposal, that needed to be included, because that is currently in the manual as what is needed. So hopefully that alleviates your concern, and please, that should not influence anyone's decision, because that doesn't change what's already happening. That is just, we're stating that the proposers wanted to make sure everyone understood that the legal requirements that still happen, they want that to continue with this new proposal. So that was actually, it's actually a good thing that piece is in this proposal.
Thanks, Mark.
President Lennox, we did get a thumbs up for Richard.
Yes. Noted. Barb?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I agree there's some concern around the ability of communities of faith to appropriately contribute on this. I just think there's so many communities of faith without region reps, and region reps that aren't active, and communities of faith that don't even get the communication. So I have a lot of concerns about that. The other is, I'm not sure why this doesn't allow for 2 terms, when a lot of the other things that were brought forward do allow for 2 terms. Just expressing that.
Thanks, Barb. Sula?
Hi. I'm I'm hearing that in part of the wording it said that apathy was setting into to our churches based on a lack of trust in the leadership, and I would have to see a lot of research to connect people not participating in church. You're basically talking about the decline of the church in our social structure. And that's a reality we're having to deal with. I would have to see a big research project to document that it was distrust in the leadership of the church that was leading to the lack of participation and the decline of the church. I don't think I can accept that jump in logic.
Thanks, Sola. I'm going to allow for other hands, other responses. Mark?
I'm sure because what Barb asked was kind of a clarifying question, and it is in the proposal. The last section does state that elected members of General Council Executive should have time-limited appointments. They should be elected for the course of one General Council, 3 years, and should be eligible to stand for re-election once only in their lifetime. So it does allow for re-election in there. The difference is not the straight, when you're elected, it's a 6-year term. It's a 3-year term, but they could be re-elected a second time. So just to clarify, so that piece is in there just as it was in the other proposals.
Thanks for that, Mark. Can you offer the recommendation again so that we see Michelle, and then we go to vote?
Amadeus has a chance to respond still to President Lennox.
And he will do this after the recommendation is read?
Right now.
Yes.
Usually we do it before we've done it in the past for all the proposals before the recommendation is read. He responds, that closes the debate, and then we move through Michelle reads the recommendation and we vote, is how we've done it for all the other ones so far.
You want to go ahead, Amadeus?
I do, yes. Amadeus speaking. In terms of responding to what's been said here, in terms of what Marvin said, requiring extensive administration and cost, again, I think this counting the voices and diversity of our denomination is worthy of that administration time and cost for sure. I don't think we should be discounting voices based on that. And in terms of, we've heard a lot about who distrusts the church, where is all this coming from? As I said before, I've stood with almost 200 clergy who have raised these concerns. They don't just come from me, they come from over 200 clergy across the denomination. And in the past, when we have had voices that haven't felt safe in these spaces, in meetings like this, we have struggled, but we have not discounted their experiences before. And I'm not sure why that's changing now. That's what I'll say.
Okay. We want to see the recommendation, and then we invite persons to cast a vote.
Okay, President Lennox, it's Michelle Paddock-Teco speaking.
Yes.
The recommendation. In addition to ex officio members of General Council Executive should be elected across the denomination. The election process should be similar to the voting on, in brackets, a Category 3, close brackets, remit, open brackets, though not require a remit, close brackets, and include all congregations within the denomination. The number of ex officio members should never exceed the number of elected members. At least 50% of the members of the executive of the General Council must be members of the United Church Pension Plan in accordance with the requirements of the pension plan. Elected members of GCE, General Council Executive, should have time-limited appointments. They should be elected for the course of one General Council, open brackets, 3 years, close brackets, and should be eligible to stand for re-election once only in their lifetime. open brackets, instead of the 6-year defined term that currently exists, close brackets.
Thank you. Calling for the vote now.
Thirty seconds left, President Lennox.
With 73% of the vote, this proposal does not carry. Thank you for voting.
Sorry, you said doesn't or does carry?
Does not. Proposal number 12, a policy that meets a variety of changes in communities of faith. And the origin of this is from the St. Paul's United Church in Oakville. I understand Deborah is going to speak to this, but we'll have to get a mover and a seconder from the floor.
Do you want me to, are we going to have questions first? Let me just move it now.
Move it now.
I move this motion.
Is there someone to second it? That's Barb Duffin. So moved by Deborah Lafayette, seconded by Barb Duffin. Now you have a minute to speak to this then.
Yeah, so this is directly about the life changes that happen within a congregation and how it's reflected currently in the manual. Currently, the manual states that a congregation or a community of faith would go through might go through one or more of 4 life changes: amalgamation, reforming, which I think is like becoming a 1-point or becoming a multi-point charge. The third one is relocating, and the last one is ending its ministry. And then it gives more detailed. It gives more details about amalgamation and about closing. I just find that practically so much is changing in the church right now that congregations or communities of faith are coming up with very new and creative ways of continuing in their ministry to make it work for them, to make it work for the community around them. And I think what's in the manual right now does not reflect that. I think it restricts what's happening. So I'm not a manual expert, so I gave a suggestion as to how you might change it. But what we'd really like to see is that only the minimal that needs to be in the manual be in the manual, and that there be some kind of a handbook that flushes out what is happening practically in the church.
Thanks, Deborah. I'm opening up for questions around this proposal. Marvin?
Been talking too much, but it would have been helpful if we could have had some examples of the kind of changes in the life of a congregation that the guidance or rules, as you might say, of the manual do not address. So I find this proposal to be rather kind of hazy, and I'm not really very confident about just putting instructions in a handbook when it deals with such fundamental things as a congregation and all the assets that go with them. Thank you.
Thanks, Marvin. Any other thoughts around this? Deborah, you want to respond to Mervyn and then maybe give a final word on this proposal?
Just that within the proposal, I do mention migrations, mergers. There's also something called nesting that's fairly new. I just think, and as I said, I'm not an expert, but what's necessary to be in the manual needs to be there. I understand that. Regional council approval, what happens with the assets, that kind of thing. But there are so many, we are, as a church, are being asked to dare and to risk, right? So I just think we need the opportunity we need it to not to be within a box. We need to be able to think outside the box, and that the manual needs to give that allowance to communities of faith to dream and vision something that might be different.
Thank you. Michelle, please put the recommendation up.
Thank you. President Lennox, it's Michelle Pettick, tech host, and I will read this recommendation. Policy needs to recognize practical ministry with a footnote. It would be helpful to the life of communities of faith to explore the operative practical theology that currently exists within the church on change and movement in communities of faith. One recommendation might be to add items to G.1.3. For example, E, migrations, F, mergers, G, other changes in consultation with the regional council, but this might create a need to continually add items. Another recommendation, which might be more effective, would be to remove G.1.4 and G.1.5 and create a handbook that includes processes on all the different changes that might occur in the life of a congregation. This would expand instead of limiting the different ways a congregation might imagine a way forward.
Calling for the vote.
Sorry, this is Reverend Evan. The vote hasn't popped up on my screen.
Evan, it might be, sorry, it's Michelle, tech host speaking. It might have come up in a Zoom bubble below if you check your bottom bar.
Sorry, Michelle, it just popped up. It just took a very long time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
4 more seconds.
Hope you have a chance to vote, Evan. We're going to close now. With 79% vote, this proposal has been passed. Thank you for voting.
President Lennox, what was the vote again? Just one more time.
The percentage, 79%.
79. Thank you.
In our opening and procedural motion, one item was lifted out, and we want to return to that now. And that is because we're now pretty much at the end of our time. We're going to have the closing motion, but we want to be able to have a conversation around this, and then to vote on this. Mark?
Sure. Thank you, President Lennox. So I appreciate you remembering to come back to this. What I'll say is that piece that was lifted out was that any unfinished business from the meeting was to go to the executive. at the current time, we do not have any unfinished business from this meeting as we have gone through all of the proposals. So I leave it to your wisdom if you still want to have a vote on that, but we don't have any unfinished business. We were not given any new business by the new business deadline of noon, and we have gone through the 12 proposals. So it would be fine to move
Well, I lift it up as a matter for conversation because it was brought to our attention, and there was a concern that if there are matters to be discussed, then we could do it at this point. I was hoping that well, I think Richard had some concerns about this as well, and would want to speak. Feeling that we could move straight to Wendy for the closing motion.
President Lennox, Richard Bott, Grace United Church, Burlington.
Yes,
I don't have any concerns about letting this go through as we finish the business. I was just concerned that we make sure we actually talk about it if we had unfinished business before we had unfinished business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks. So can I invite Wendy, Mark?
Yep. Sorry to interrupt, President Lennox. I've just been I've been having a conversation in the background with the parliamentarian and with a member of the regional council, and so I just want to. There we go. I was just wanting to, before we move to the closing motions, give Keith a chance to have his hand because he has another motion that he would like to make.
Okay, Keith, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we reconsider proposal number 1. And that is the proposal which said that motions that failed would not be sent on to general council. And my reason for making this motion is that I wasn't aware of the implications when I voted yes for that, that some of these things that we talked about would not go any further. My understanding is that a motion for reconsidering needs a seconder, and then it needs, I'm not sure what percentage to pass, and then we would reconsider. I think it's a 2/3 majority to pass to reconsider. And so that would be item number 10, I believe, of proposal number 1 is what I want to look at, but it means reconsidering proposal number 1.
Can you remind us what was the percentage of the opening and proposal motion?
Sure. Well, so what happens to reconsider is we have.
If it was a substantial amount, then it means
No, we have, if there's a motion to reconsider, we have to follow the motion to reconsider. It doesn't matter what the percentage of the original motion passed. Okay. So what we need to do is, I'm assuming that Bruce, you had your hand up to second this motion to reconsider.
Yes.
Okay. So we've had a motion to reconsider proposal number 1, and we've had a seconder. I'll ask Fred, because I believe we can now, it doesn't go straight to a vote. We can debate this?
The motion is debatable, correct?
Okay. So we can now move into a debate to whether, so people can speak for or against the motion to reconsider. And then once we have spoken for or against the motion to reconsider, we will have a poll put up. And in order for that in order for us to actually reconsider it, it does have to pass by 2/3 majority. So the motion to reconsider will have to pass by 66%. If it does not pass, if it passes, but passes by less than 66%, then the motion to reconsider fails, and then we can move on to the closing motions. And if it does pass, then we'll talk about what we do after that.
So as it is, we have this moved by Keith and seconded by Bruce.
So we're entering the formal debate process. So you could ask Keith if he wishes to speak to it again, and then we'll go into what we've been doing in the past. Thank you, President Lennox.
Some things more on this, Keith?
Yes, it seems to me that a lot of the things that we have been discussing, these motions, that there is a great concern in the church for these things. So I think it would be appropriate that they go to even to General Council 45, even if they have not passed at our regional council.
I'm opening this up now for debate. Any thoughts on around this? Stephen?
Thank you, President Lennox, Steve Loudon, Colburn Village United Church, and elected as a GC45 commissioner. As we consider this, for one thing, the vote was taken, the item was clearly outlined. The second is that if a proposal is conveyed to General Council, having failed, they are bound to put it into the process to deal with it in the same manner as if it had been passed. And that is putting a workload on the commissioners who already have a lot to do. It will involve extra study time. And my feeling is that the sense of these various motions perhaps needs to be conveyed, but the various proposals in and of themselves should not be conveyed.
Thanks.
So we should not reconsider.
Okay. Heather?
Thank you, President Lennox. Heather Weaver-Oroz. I serve Christ First in Mississauga. Question about if these, too many hypotheticals likely, but if proposals do go forward to General Council after defeat by a regional council, whose name is on them? In other words, what steps are clarified for the General Council commissioners for their awareness of what has happened at the regional level? And are the proposal sources identified as well? In other words, what's the pedigree that moves forward?
Mark, want to speak to that?
Sure, I can do my best. And I will ask if I say something wrong, Fred, please help me with this. So my understanding is that if a failed proposal goes forward, it still will go forward as being sent by Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. So if a failed proposal gets sent forward, it is also able to be sent forward with comments. And so there could be comments that we would discuss that people would want to add. So it would be forwarded as this proposal is being forwarded to the General Council with non-concurrence from Horseshoe Falls Regional Council, and then any comments that Horseshoe Falls Regional Council wanted to discuss and put in there as well to give context. If the Regional Council wanted to say it was with non-concurrence by this percentage or whatever, but they would allow to do that. But it would be coming still from Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. I hope that answers your question, Heather. Am I incorrect, Fred? Did I make a mistake?
Oh, excuse me. The only thing I would add, sorry, President, Fred Monteith, parliamentarian.
Yeah, go ahead, yes.
The only thing I would add, Mark, is that section F.1.3.1, paragraph E of the manual says this: if the regional council does not agree with a proposal, it normally passes it on to General Council only if there is a compelling reason. So if you decided to send a proposal that was not supported forward, you'd have to clearly state what's the compelling reason for us doing this.
Thanks
Otherwise, what you said is correct, Mark.
Yes. So I see 4 hands. Is that okay, Heather? You're fine with those responses?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, great, thanks. Barb?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the fact, I'm sorry, Barb Duffin from Maple Grove United Church. I consider myself a very hardworking volunteer for the United Church. And if these are going to go forward after there was not support from this commission, I resent the amount of time I've spent this week to review the proposals, to attend Tuesday night and attend today. And I also feel bad for the people who are going to have to start again, because whether we send it forward approved or not approved, they still have to do the same amount of work we did. So why did we even do the work? That's my question.
Thank you for that, Mervyn.
All of these proposals which were defeated by 2/3 of those who voted or more. So I really don't think that there is any reason to pass these on to the General Council. We've made our opinion quite clear, and that should be sufficient.
Thank you, Mervyn. Richard? Are you wanting to comment, Richard?
Yes, sorry. Richard Crouch from Petroleum United Church. I guess my comment is that if, irrespective of whether we say yes or no to this amendment, or to this vote, I would hope that the representatives who from our region who are going to be attending can at least forward the sentiment that is behind some of these concerns, rather than having, and that may be more effective and more efficient than having all the people having to read these ones that are not being passed. Because quite frankly, I think if I had a big book of documents and I had a bunch that weren't passed, they may be the last ones I ever read. So I think our representatives should forward the concerns that we're hearing, that there is, some disheartened people in our area, and I guess that's
your time, Richard.
Well, thanks, Richard. Deborah?
This follows on what Richard said to some degree, but my belief is that these are valid concerns that people have, and if they are concerns that many people have, it is beyond this region, and so these kinds of things will come up from other regions and come to General Council in another manner as well. So I don't see a need to reconsider all the votes. We've clearly said what our answer is. So I would speak against reconsideration, but because I believe that if that the current concerns will come to the General Council level in other manners and from other regions.
Thank you, Deborah. Hagerman, would you want to speak to this, and then we?
Okay. Keith Hagerman, Marshall Memorial in Ancaster. As far as a compelling reason for reconsidering this, many of these things came from consultations with many different clergy across our country, and I think that those are important things for the whole church to consider. I guess also looking at who is voting today. We are for the most part an aging congregation. We represent a quarter of the people that maybe should have been here at this meeting. Those that are committed to the church, but what about all the rest? I think paying attention to those things is important at this point, and that's why I want to reconsider. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. Well, there are no predetermined recommendations coming out of this, but we would have heard the conversation around it. We would have heard both sides, and so I want to invite Michelle we want to go into a vote now, whether we carry these that were defeated to GC45.
Sorry, President Lennox. So this is a vote of whether we reconsider Proposal 1. If we reconsider Proposal 1, then we will have the discussion of whether we actually carry them forward. I realize it's kind of the same thing.
Yep.
But right now, this is just to reconsider proposal 1. If this passes by 66%, it does not mean that all of the proposals that failed are going on. It means now we're going to talk about and have reopened that question as to whether those will go on, just so everyone is clear.
Okay, Michelle Techhost here. I'm going to read the motion by Keith Hagerman, seconded by Bruce McKay, that we reconsider proposal number 1, item 10. The Horseshoe Falls Regional Council agrees that any GC45 proposal that fails to pass will not be sent on to GC45. So you will vote either yes or no.
Yes.
Point of order.
Point of order, Richard.
That's not the motion that's before us. The motion before us is to reconsider proposal 1, period. That's it. So I'm sorry, but that's actually not the motion that is before us.
And with respect, President, I agree with Richard on that. Parliamentarian.
I thought point 11 of proposal 1, not point 11, point 10, point 10, that the Horseshoe Falls Regional Council agrees that any GC45 proposal that fails to pass will not be sent on to GC45. That's what Keith raised as a concern.
That was my concern within it, but I agree that we have to reconsider proposal 1 in order to get to that.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification, Keith, and everyone. There was the confusion because you claimed a certain piece, but I understand why you said it. That was your justification for reconsidering proposal 1.
So is there going to be a rewording of this motion?
How it is on the screen right now, President Lennox, is what we need for at this current time.
So the motion reads, Keith Hagerman, moved by Keith Hagerman, seconded by Bruce McKay, that we reconsider proposal number 1.
And the proposal number 1 has 16 points in it. Yeah. So
yep, that is correct, President Lennox. Nope, you're right.
We're not going to go through all 16 points, but there are 16 points in proposal number 1. So we enter a vote for this.
And then just a reminder as well, President Lennox, for when you're declaring the vote, in order to declare it carried, it has to have carried by 66%.
Left, President Lennox.
Thank you. With a percentage of 69%, this proposal is defeated.
So just sorry, President Lennox, I just want to clarify because we were throwing so many numbers out. 69% of people voted no for this proposal. It wasn't just to clarify for people. Thank you, President Lennox.
But what does that mean for the other items in this first proposal?
Nothing. We're not reconsidering it, so we can now move to your closing motions.
The entire proposal, all of that has been defeated.
Yep. We don't have to talk about, we're not reconsidering proposal 1, so you can now move to your closing motions, President Lennox.
Can I invite Wendy to lead us in the closing motion?
Are they coming up on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Closing motion, the work of the Regional Council continues between Regional Council meetings. What is the recommendation? We authorize the executive to fill any vacancies on the understanding that appointments will be confirmed at the next spring regional meeting. And trust the executive and commissions with the responsibilities and authority of Horseshoe Falls Regional Council in accordance with the Manual of the United Church of Canada and the Governance Handbook of the Horseshoe Falls Regional Council. Close the February 8th, 2025 meeting of the Horseshoe Falls Regional Council.
We take a next proposal, final proposal. And that's
so you can ask if people have questions for clarification around it as well, President Lennox.
Any thoughts around this? I mean, this seemed pretty straightforward. At 124, people would want to say yes.
Seconder, President Lennox.
Moved by Wendy. Seconded by Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Let's take the vote on this.
Of what?
"20 seconds to go, President Lennox."
Thank you. With 98% in agreement, this proposal is carried. What's left for me is to say thank you to all persons who came and participated and vigorously debated the different proposals that came before us today. This is the spirit of the region, and really very happy that persons came. One person expressed disappointment that with over 140 communities of faith in this region, we didn't have more people. And somehow I kind of share that sentiment. But we are here, and for those who came, we say thanks to you for making this process seamless and for the work we got done today. Just want to lift up again those persons who participated and helped this process go through. Say big thanks to Mark, our executive minister, for his wisdom and insight and the way that you're able to help us through this. Thank you, Mark. A lot of work done, and we will look forward to continued work with your leadership. For the tech team, we say thanks to you too for presenting those proposals and recommendations, and for the way that you are able to even read through it so that those with hearing disabilities could understand clearly what was being said and done by our meeting here today. For those persons who were our chaplains, Christina Crawford and Kevin Steeper, thanks. And there were moments when your services were required because they were seemingly contentious and other uneasy moments that required the chaplains to be around, as well as the equity support team of Jess and Tessica, who provided that kind of space too to hear and to listen and to be able to offer prayers of support. And for all of you who came, say thanks to Wendy, the chair of Agenda and Business, for leading us in those two proposals, and for all the persons who participated. You didn't see much of Max, but Max was in the background ensuring that notes were being taken and that this is going to be recorded and at some later stage be presented online for our use. what is left for me again to say is thank you to all of you. This was intended to go until 3 o'clock, and we are out of here long before 3, which meant that we did well. We did well. Thank you all, and have a wonderful rest of the Saturday afternoon into evening, and God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you. And I just would like to add to the thank yous. Thank you to President Lennox for leading us through. Sorry, this is Executive Minister Mark speaking. Thank you to President Lennox for leading us through this meeting, and doing so in a way that allowed us to engage and allowed all voices to be heard. You did an excellent job. Thank you very much. I just ask anyone in the leadership team, if you're able to stick around a little bit, that would be great. But thank you as well to you, President Lennox. I know you wouldn't thank yourself, so I wanted to do it.
Thank you for thanking me. Michelle just reminded us that we are gathering again in spring, and the dates are just posted. June 13th and 14th at St. Andrew's United Church in Hamilton, and that will be our spring meeting. Very important time in the life of the church. And hybrid on 13th that will be online, and the 14th in person at Andrews. Invite those who are part of the leadership team, just remain behind for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Lennox.
Bless you.
This is Jess. Should I stick around, or the equity support folks?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be wonderful.
Perfect.
If you can spare a couple of minutes.
Absolutely.
Just give us a second here.
Yeah, we'll just make sure.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. So again, just in this group, I want to say thank you to President Lennox, as not everyone might be. President Lennox had to pick someone up at the airport last night, and so is working on about 3 hours of sleep. And so that it just adds another level to how wonderful a job you did, President Lennox, on keeping us on track. So thank you for that. I just wanted to say thank you to Fred, and to Kevin and Tessica and Jess for helping in some of the challenging moments of the meeting, and then for Michelle and John and Max for helping through the tech and getting that other pieces. And I know John Egger is also helping with the equity support as well. So it is greatly appreciated. The meeting went better than I think a lot of us could have expected. I know there was still some contentiousness in it. There were still some challenging moments. But honestly, I was worried that we'd have to extend the order of the day for 3 o'clock. So I'm pleasantly surprised that people were very good at sticking to their minute time limit, even though I'm speaking for more than a minute now. And it went. People were able to follow the process, and that went well. So thanks. Did you have anything you wanted to add at this time, President Lennox? And I'll just open it up in case anyone else has any just closing remarks before we're done.
I think part of this can be attributed to what happened on Tuesday.
Yep.
That Tuesday really set the groundwork for today. A lot of the questions that needed to have been answered, a lot of the clarification that needed to have been had, That took place on Tuesday. So it cut out a lot of time that would have been needed today to do that. So I thought that to break the meetings up in the way that it was created this kind of almost seamless movement today. Unfortunate that we had some comments that really didn't reflect the spirit of the meeting, but these are meetings that those comments will come, and we recognize those and we respond to them accordingly. And I thought the input by Tessica for us to take a break, to pray, and the prayer offered by Jess and by Tessica were useful moments in the meeting. So again, thanks. And the input coming from Fred, we don't say enough about his work, but thanks for Fred and your wisdom as well.
Thanks, President Lennox. So I just open it up if there's anyone else who has anything they would like to share. I know Tessica and Jess, you'll probably debrief a little bit together, and then hopefully have a report or something to be able to share with the executive at a later time, just so that we can learn to grow better in our equity aspirations in the future. Tessica, I saw you unmute yourself. Did you have something you wanted to share right now?
So, well, just a concern that I don't know if there are two ministerial personnel who left the meeting citing that they didn't feel safe in the space. And I don't know if it's the duty of the chaplain to reach out, but the fact that they are ministry personnel worries me. I mean, it could be because of different reasons, but I think it's a time to reach out.
Jessica, I can respond a little bit to that. Chaplain Christina Crawford reached out to me and asked to have a private room set up, a breakout room during our lunch break with Rev. Diane Everett and Allison McEwen. And so they were in that room discussing things for quite some time. And then Christina left, so I assume that she was attending to both of them.
Thank you.
And Christine let me know that she was meeting with them, Tessica, and indicated that she would, if needed, provide ongoing support. And I'll also follow up as well this week with a message to see, with a check-in and see about ongoing support as well. And I have some others who came through to me in the meeting today that I need to follow up on as well this week. So we'll see where it goes from here. I guess just I think a debrief would be beneficial, certainly for you guys in equity, but for the group as a whole. We've just finished. It's still very fresh. But I think there's some lessons to be learned from what we experienced this afternoon. So particularly around, I had questions around what does it mean to be safe in this environment. So, I think maybe some education around that would be beneficial.
Do we want to plan to debrief as a whole, or should we just kind of be debriefing in our own circles?
My recommendation, for this time, is if you have any kind of general comments. I agree with Kevin that sometimes we need to step out and think about it for a second. So I would also, I will have conversations with President Lennox at a later time. I would invite people, if you have thoughts, to bring them forward, like what Kevin was suggesting as well. But for specifically your role, Jess, I would assume you and Tessica and John Egger would debrief together, because then that also is what you're talking about. You can be a little more candid and a little more, it's not as, it's held in confidence that you can say what you need to say, and then out of that conversation can bring to the wider group, because sometimes you need to say what needs to be said, but it's not appropriate for everyone to hear that. So you can do that together and then bring a report to President Lennox and myself that we will then share with the executive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good.
Okay. John Egger, I saw you unmuted yourself.
Oh,
Did you have something you'd
yeah,
like to add?
I just, yeah, I've also reached out to Allison and Diane, and they're interested in meetings. So Discipleship and Justice are also doing some follow-up. So
Perfect. Thank you very much. It is wonderful that we do have such a caring church, that we are willing to reach out and check on people. And even for Tessica asking the question of, hey, 2 people left, who's checking in on them? I appreciate the concern that's there. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add at this time?
So 4 proposals were carried. So vocational review was carried, and then remit proposal integrity was carried. Life cycle changes within a church was carried. And then Mervin's proposal was carried.
Yeah, proposals 6, 9, 10, and 12.
Yeah.
So we will make sure, we being Max, will make sure that those get forwarded on to the proper people at General Council. With the language changes in proposal 9, there were some language changes not in the actual action, but in the other proposal part that we were talking about. So we'll make sure we capture those editorial changes, I think was the language used. Fred.
Thanks, Mark. Just a couple observations, questions, I'm not sure which. So I've been reading Carol Off's book, At a Loss for Words. And what kept coming to me today is, along with Kevin, I'm not sure what safety means or safe means. And I'm not sure what lack of trust means. And it sure would be helpful to get at those somehow. I'm not sure how, but the meanings of those words they were thrown around a lot, and I'm not sure what they meant. My other observation is slightly lighter. Many things have changed in the church since I retired. Some things have not. One of the things I would observe have not is, having sat through many of these meetings over many years, the same speakers keep going to the same mic all of the time. I have yet to figure out a way to limit it, but it sure would be nice.
Yes, agreed.
I'm done. Thanks all. It was a great meeting, and you really did well on very little sleep, President. So congrats.
I will just say to this group,